Oops, there we go. Mic's now on. Hey guys, we're back with Pokemon Violet. So this is the last of the event raids that we are doing today. Because I probably will not be doing the pseudo legendaries when they come out. Because I mean, I only really cared about the starters and stuff like that. And I actually thought they were going to go back and do some of the older starters because I missed, I think I missed Cinderace and Charizard back in the day. But besides that, we're back here to do some more shiny hunting. Because we can. I mean, a part of me wants to get back to Oras as well, but I think I want to do that at a bit of a later time since we're already here in Violet. So maybe next week we will go back to doing our monograss run. So don't worry, that series isn't dead, it's just taking a break from it. Like a lot of things in life. So, it's the same as the other starters, they all have their primary typing, and now we just go do it because we are standing right here. So I'm going to quickly run through the Quaquaval event raid, and then after that we will jump straight into shiny hunting. And there's not too many Pokemon left for us to shiny hunt, it's just a matter of us actually acquiring them. I think I'm going to attempt to go for Tandemaus this time around. We still have the Wiglet, Tinkertuff, Cyclizard, Baxcalibur, the entirety of the Capsicid line, and Clorf. So we did try going for Clorf last time, so we'll do that later. Cyclizard and Baxcalibur could probably share a sandwich, so we'll probably try and do those two together, and then we'll decide with Capsicid and Scorvillain. I guess the thing with those two would be, I have to see if it's better to do. It'd probably be better to do a grass sandwich, but I need to know what overlaps with Scorvillain because that's also a fire type. The fire type sandwich overlaps with Flareon, so hopefully it doesn't do that with grass type. But anyways, let us focus on doing the event raid. So we are going to be using Slowbro with the Shell Bell and Psychic Terror type. And it is HP and defense with a little bit in special attack. Our ability actually doesn't matter in this raid, like at all. So we're just using own tempo. I believe the other ability is like Oblivious, but I don't think we need to worry too much on that. So this entire build is pretty much very TM heavy. I think every single one of these moves I had to use a TM for, so you have to be a little bit wary about that. But we're basically going to skill swap Quaquaval straight away because Quaquaval actually has Moxie. And it turns out if all the CPUs get knocked out, its attack will just keep skyrocketing. So we kind of want to avoid that. So we're going to skill swap just to take the Moxie off him so that he can't gain any attack boosts, and then we're just going to use the good old stored power method of just set up and then store power. And also we put PP up on stored power, so we have, because it's our only attacking move, so it is at max. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it. It's a pretty simple build, as long as you have the stuff for the TMs, so you don't have to worry about egg moves or like all that stuff. Just gotta make sure our Slowbro is ready to go, pretty much. So skill swap immediately and then just set up. That's pretty much all you have to do for this raid, so it's pretty simple to say the least. Hopefully this will go a lot better than when we did the Skeledirge where we kind of messed up the first round. I think we have an Arcanine on our team, so the Intimidate will proc. But once we skill swap, I don't think it will work anymore. So getting that one Intimidate to prevent the attack boost now is still pretty good. Skill swap straight away. So now we have Moxie and they have own tempo. That's all we have to worry about. Now we just set up in the terms of I believe the other move it has is Aqua Step, but because we're a water type, it probably will not use that on us at all. We just gotta be careful not to skill swap back. Interesting. I guess I used it because of Belly Bolt, but that light screen really works in this situation at all. I'm glad there's a fire and ground type in this battle. Yeah, this is why you have to get a build ready for solo, so that you're able to do it. The only use that Arcanine could have been was giving us that Intimidate at the beginning, but hey Connor, good to see ya. Okay. I believe that reset all our stuff. So we just gotta start setting up again. Might have to use a heal cheer here. Just can't really use stored power at this point. Shield is up. I believe the ability doesn't get reset, thankfully. Heal cheer. Technically fire could help if they somehow get a burn, but that's pretty much all I can think. I mean, he's slightly hurting himself, but he's not doing that much damage. Rain Dance doesn't matter to us because we're water type, so he's not gonna really go for anything. I think we need to do one more Iron Defense after this one. And we're already slow as it is, so him speeding up with Aqua Step does absolutely nothing. Alright, we're fully up with Iron Defense. So now we just have to go and Nasty Plot 3 times. And then after that, just store power until we eventually win. He's already lowered our stats, so he can't lower them in again. I have to think about what ball I want to put him in. I've been thinking the dive ball would look nice because of the light color, but at the same time, I was thinking luxury ball is also pretty good. Though knowing people, they'll probably have a bunch of these guys with all sorts of special Apra balls, so it's no biggie. I just think the dive ball will just work well. Alright, I think we're all set up. So we should have 6 in defense and 6 in special attack, and now we just use store power until we can Terra, and then Terra immediately. And also we get a bit of healing from the store power proccing. But yeah, you can see we don't do too much damage at the moment. We do a decent chunk, but not enough to really break the shield. Not until we Terror. But I'm pretty sure we're just healing all the damage that he does to us with Brave Bird, which is more important. Okay, I can see Arcanine's Intimidate going off, so I guess it might be working, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure it still has own tempo. Okay. And that should be it for us. Now we can Terra. And now we should do a lot more damage. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have the Slowbro lying around, so it's all good for this strategy. Alright, let's see how much damage this does now that we're terastallized. So Psychic boosted Terastallization. Yeah, that's significantly a lot more. Once the shield's off, it'll do even more damage. Someone's got Rock Smash of all things. Oh, we went first. Interesting. Okay. Don't think it's gonna do anything though. We're so bulky, there's nothing he can do. And there we go. Easy peasy. Incredibly simple strategy. We only need to use one heal cheer just in case, but after that... Look at him drunkenly dance around. Nice. Even while dying, must stay fabulous. Alrighty. Oh, and a salty for free? I'll take that. Might be worth doing this a little bit of a grind just to get more stuff out of it. Anyways, we are done with the event raids for now. Now we can just focus on what we came here for, which is shiny hunting. Alright, let's put all our mons away. Get into the real meat of this stream. So yeah, work basically had an interesting thing happen. Basically, all the I guess the plant managers and the staff there, they're having a training day today, so no one is actually on site. And because of that, if I were to rock up at work, there'd be no one to let me in anyways. So they told me not to go to work today. And plus they also heard like how sick I was sounding. So they were just like, yeah, just stay home. The problem is like, as you guys have probably been hearing about my sickness, I'm mostly okay. It's a really bad cough and like nose issue that's not going away. I have booked the doctors, much I have said last stream, but I just have to wait until I can go tomorrow. So today I'm just taking it easy, to say the least. Normally I'd be working, but no, we are shiny hunting instead. Right. I think, let's see which sandwich. We could do the dragon sandwich. Just gotta double check and see the locations, because I know Cyclozard's one I have been hunting before. But I have not successfully hunted it. There's a lot of mons that fall into that category. Cyclozard's also a bit of an annoying one to hunt for, simply for the fact that it runs around a lot. There's one location that's good for Scarlet, which doesn't help. I'm wanting one for Violet. Yeah. Yesterday at work, my boss was there and they heard me coughing a little bit and they were just like, are you sure you should be like here? Are you like actually well enough to be here? And I'm like, yeah, I am. It's just that it's just not going away. Which definitely sucks for sure. They have an AFK strategy, but I'm pretty sure this AFK strategy didn't work last time I did it. Apparently they just print out of this wall. You just gotta keep an eye out for the shiny, so it's not totally AFK. And I couldn't get it to work last time, I think I vaguely remember. And you have to be careful, because if you miss it, it's just, you know, cyclozards are fast. Hey AJ, good to see ya. We're just about to start. We're just looking for a good location to hunt for cyclozard. Apparently somebody said there's a good AFK location to do it. Which seems to be outside, is it Levincia? Let me take a look. It's like a tree there. Let me get the shiny mon up on screen as well. But yeah, we're basically trying to get the last of the Paldean mons. We do not have many to go, to say the very least. Okay, cyclozard. He's a decent sized guy. I think that should do. We just finished the Quaquaval raid just now. So that's all done and dusted. So now we have all 3 starters ready for Masuda methoding later. I did see I did look up for tandem mouse sort of thing, just out of curiosity to see what people suggested was a good place to hunt for that. I think the Paradise area in Kitakami seems to be pretty good, because there's no overlaps in that area. But yeah, some person was really lucky. They were doing Masuda method for that mouse and managed to get it the 3 mouse holding like 12 eggs, which even they were like, that's absurd. So apparently it's up this cliff here. This one tree. So you basically want to be around here somewhere. And you can see all the mons sort of popping out of this little corner here. The tree, yeah, I know. Been looking for shiny cyclozard since the start of the game. I think we've been too. It's not the one that we like looked for at the start of the game, but this is one I've definitely been like, I wanted to get this one, and I still have yet to get this one. But here it is, the tree, apparently. It looks like I'm going to set up a camp here too, so that's good. We did get 1 salty herba mystica, so I'm going to use it. But I believe the person was standing sort of next to this patch of flowers. Turn the offline on. I don't know why it's been so much rarer than everything. Yeah. It'd be like that. Some Pokemon just don't show up for some people. Like, for example, we've been hunting Clorf. You good there, bro? Seriously. Like, even Paradox Mons. Yeah, I know. For me, Clorf is one that I've hunted multiple times as well, and have just not seen it yet. And I'm just like, it can't be this rare, like, of a Pokemon to find, right? Surely not. Okay, since we do have 1 salty, we can actually make a cheap sandwich. Because I can't be bothered. But yeah, we have all the Paradox Mons now. That Iron Moth was the last one we needed. Wiglet's another one that's been tough for me to find, because it's sort of an awkward mon, and I found Wugtrio twice, which, that's the part that sucks. So I found the Evo first. But hopefully we do get some of these mons. I mean, we have all stream to be looking for shinies. So hopefully we do get some of these completed. We are going to look for Tandemaus, and we're going to evolve the 2 Tandemaus I have just to see if either of them, just by chance, are the 3 mouse hold. If they're not, we'll then evolve 1 into the 4 mouse hold. And keep the other one a Tandemaus. Okay. Let's see if this works. It looks like it's working. Problem is that I need to be in the menu so they don't run into me. Whoa! Hold it. Just wait. So many lizards! Okay. That's what we need to do, is just do that. Okay, so we have to just basically keep an eye out on things, and eventually the shiny will spawn. This is gonna be so stressful because they're fast. Oh my god, they're everywhere, I know. I am so scared that, like, I'm going to see the shiny, and then as I'm, like, going to go and run over to it, I run into a regular one. Because they're literally just everywhere. It's crazy spawn, yeah. I assume they just run off in a certain direction far away enough from me that, you know, allows them to keep spawning. But yeah, we're basically looking for the white head of it. Just turn the camera slightly so we can get the menu out of the way and have full view. But yeah, apparently this is a location where there's just a spawner right here, and because they run fast enough, they can just run off screen eventually and then continue spawning from this one little crack in the wall. Where they're coming out, I have no idea. It is a bit of a dull hunt because we have to just keep an eye out, but I mean, it's effective, I guess. They're obviously spawning at a pretty decent rate. Not continuously, but at least enough that it's kind of worth just chilling here for a little while. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this was one of the first shinies I really wanted because I really did like it. I was like, man, this is a solid shiny, you know? And I guess a part of me was wondering if Cyclozard was ever going to evolve. Just keep it a secret, one of the giants has something behind their back, it's little Timmy. Ah, yeah. I had a feeling he'd follow us, of course he would. I'm just worried because I did listen to half our party team be like, yeah, we'll bring the 13-year-old boy to, like, go fight some giants, it's okay. But hey, Shawnee, good to see ya. If you're wondering what I'm referring to, it's our D&D campaign that we had yesterday. One of our party members was hoping to amass some help from the village to fight these giants, but the villagers were basically like, no, that's a really dumb idea to leave the village and put ourselves in danger. We'll just stick with protecting the village. Except for this one kid called Little Timmy, who is an orphan, conveniently, and he had 2 knives. I don't know where he got those knives from, but he had 2 knives. And he was really keen to help the village out and join us, but he is literally 13 years old, and half our party's like, yeah, let's not bring the kid. You guys made this NPC? I know. Well, that was definitely one of the players who wanted to have somebody join us, but I embellished it. Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, half our party was like, yeah, let's not bring him. And then, who was it? Arma was like, yeah, let's bring this kid along. And I'm like, what the heck? So time to do the fastball special with little Timmy. I think that's what one of our party members were like. He was like, yeah, let's bring this kid along. It'll be good as an extra meat shield. And I was like, what the hell, man? Like, then again, I'm already got, like, really bad vibes off this one party member that we now have. The giants are gonna want to talk. Hey there, Rayman. Good to see ya. We're just printing Cyclozards, hoping to find a shiny one when the printer ink runs out. Truth be told, I'd rather not fight them. I just want my stuff back, that's all I want. But we'll see how it goes with the rest of the party members. Yeah, the note says because the note said next time we'll take more than your leg, yeah. I know. Ugh, goodness. They're probably not going to talk anything pleasantries. I just want my stuff back. That's all I care about. But man, I was rolling horribly for those perception rolls. You believe it, guys? Like a 2, 3, and it's like a 7 for perception. I have like, I'm covering one eye or something like that. This might change given the fact that Timmy's a hostage. Yeah, definitely might. It's gonna be a tough choice, but I know some of our party members just want to actually take out the giants, and another half, I don't know where everybody stands on the whole thing. Besides Sam, he can't stand. I also wonder what that thing was that apparently my perception that one time outside the cave was really good. He's got a massive peg leg. He can't stand, but he can't walk properly. For those who missed out on our previous stream, one of our party members, we had a TPK, and one of our party members ended up losing a whole leg. He's now got a massive peg leg, because that was all we could afford. So he's able to walk, but very slowly. But man, basically we got back to the giant's cave, and it was rigged with traps, which we ended up triggering a whole bunch of them. Oh, there was something I was going to ask you, Shawnee. Those knives that flew out of that bag and nearly hit, was it armor? Are they still in the room? Home Alone. Oh yeah, absolutely Home Alone style. Yeah, daggers on the floor. Well, I mean, maybe might as well pick them up for free, right? Yeah, I can use daggers. But yeah, we basically went back to the giant's place. I think they totally knew we were coming back. I guess this isn't the first rodeo for them. They're a lot smarter. Yeah, and there was that pond. It was very odd. Like, myself, I would like to investigate the pond. My character probably doesn't want to investigate the pond. My character is like, yeah, that's haunted as shit. Let's not touch that. Like, let's be real. A pond in the middle of a forest with black murky water with a single boat floating on it, on a like a dinghy, sort of like floating to the stuff. Not frozen, despite the fact that we also have been in a perpetual winter, so like hella suspicious. Like the only other thought I could think of is it's like it's something mixed with oil so that it can't freeze. Touch the goop. I don't know. We're not there at the moment, so maybe we'll have to go back and investigate later. The goop water. You can go back if you want. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the giant situation. We might be forced to leave just out of, like, out of desperation, but yeah, the hostage situation, if you are telling the truth, because we didn't find out about this last night, because, I mean, it was getting late, is going to be, a bit of an issue, to say the least. But yeah, it was very odd. Like, you just pointed out a boat in a lake, and it definitely screams like there's something there, but I didn't think it was the time and place. Though, a part of me thinks we probably shouldn't have gone straight back to the Giants the very next day. But at the same time, I don't know. I think if we'd waited, we'd probably still have the same results. The problem is that I don't know how many cure wounds Sam has got. He had to cure wounds himself because he nearly died from one of the traps. And I had to use false life, and I've used that up now, so I don't have that as a backup. And I'm already getting close to like 2/3 health already. And this is before we even started fighting. That's the worst part too. Like, there may be multiple of us, but like, if they can double check us each time, like they just have to roll 2 good rolls and that pretty much OHKOs us. So it's gonna be tough to say the least. Move a little bit forward. See if that helps. Because the Cyclizards are starting to slow down. I could always whip out the picnic to reset all the Pokemon. Because there might be just some Cyclizards that haven't gone off the map and they're just running around. I do like Cyclizard. He's a funky little lizard. He's silly in a way. I'll consult with other DMs and see what they'll say if you TPK again and what the consequences. Yeah, there's no way someone doesn't die this time around if we do get TPK'd. Because, like, they even said they'll take more than a leg. They might just kill one of us, for all we know. I really hope we don't end up in another TPK situation, but it's gonna be really rough. For research purposes, right? All the DMs get into a room together and they all, like, in a dimly lit room with their hands, like, you know, clasped together, and they're like, alrighty, gang. I have a situation on hand. And then they just, like, discuss in great lengths on how they can fuck their teams over. Look, it's becoming nighttime. The skin's gonna be a bit hard to see on the Cyclizard, but we just gotta remember the white forehead. We should be okay. But I think I remember there was one time that our DM Shawnee did ask someone for advice or like about something, and the other DM was like, "Man, they're effed. They're so screwed," was the reply. I can't remember what that particular scenario was, but they're like, "Damn, they're goners," and you're just like, "Cool." It was the mind flares. Ah, yes, it was, wasn't it? That was a messed up situation. And we did lose a party member from that too. That particular campaign, we lost almost everyone except 2 characters, I believe, out of the original party. But I guess the reason... with this campaign, I think we haven't lost anyone yet, but... yeah, the situation of just, like, this early hadn't leveled up. The idea of a TPK was kind of crazy to me. But I mean, sometimes you just roll badly. And sometimes the campaign just doesn't get off the ground. You just gotta start again. You could be put in the pit and forced to fight to the death. The fight ends when one party member dies. Oh. That does sound awful. Oh, is this the suggestions that we've been given? Option 2. An eye is taken, an arm is taken, a leg is taken from a party member. All 3 from the same party member or just different party members? Yeah, this is a single party member. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a brutal campaign to say the least. Oh, so no pirate crew. No, we can't be a pirate crew. Though, to be honest, I mean, Sam is technically now part pirate at the moment. With his giant peg leg. Man, this would be the campaign to have Gleck in so you could make him a new leg. But unfortunately, alas, he's not here. Honestly, it's probably for better because of how chaotic Gleck is. It's probably better that we don't have a character that's like Gleck at the moment. Let's see. Oh boy, that's a lot of text I'm have to read out in just a moment. Just got my eye on the game as well. Let's see. Three party members die. You are left out in the open. The giants are gone. You find the giants later. A flesh golem made from your 3 dead companions. Holy hell, that's horrifying. The implications of the giant knowing how to do that as well is also just as horrifying. Metal, yeah, it does definitely sound pretty crazy. Just gonna do a quick reset with a picnic. Yes, not the same, Lamau, yeah. Here we go. Quick reset. These ones I come up with, I'll await the other DM's help. Oh, okay, so this is just you. Well, I'll be curious to see what the other DM thinks of eventually. Oh gosh. That is the life of a DM, is just coming up with the most crazy stuff. I mean, as they say, all actions have consequences. It just sucks that I didn't do so well in the stealth department. I wonder if I could have just snuck in if I'd gone the other entrance, but judging the fact that everything was trapped, I'd probably not get very far if I had snuck in by myself. Though I still am so upset about what Ivan did. Oh my god. You awaken bound and at the table. Each player rolls a d6 to determine what body part they'll lose. Ah, gotcha. So everybody loses something. That would also be one that would punish all players as well. Because, yeah, it feels like only Sam really got punished the most. I mean, we did lose all our stuff, but... I mean, he's the one who's lost a leg. But, when... I will explain to everyone else that basically when I went to sneak in, I, can't wait to put this all on YouTube also. Goodness. I might have to just cover the... cover the screen at some point. But, yeah, when we went to the cave again, I tried to go through a particular corridor to try and sneak my way in, and they booby-trapped it with my stuff. They used, like, the ball bearings I had in my inventory, as well as oil and a match to light it and cause an explosion. Thankfully, I rolled high enough to avoid, like, taking too much damage from that, but I still took damage. And unfortunately, I mean, it would have alerted that we were here anyways, so it didn't matter. But then the rest of the party just waltzed on in, and as I was inspecting the room, I saw a single statue sitting on a box by itself. And I literally said to the party, I was like, that's definitely trapped. There's no way that isn't trapped. They're just going to leave a statue just sitting out in the middle of, like, nowhere on the top of a jarred box. And one of our party members was like, yeah, I'll grab that with teleportation. So he pulled it, and it released like a pulley system which dropped a bag of stuff into a cauldron that was nearby, and it released toxic gases which blinded 2 of our party members. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, I literally was just saying above table that this is probably trapped. And I guess I should have said it out loud at in the in-game, but man, that was rough. So, Yep, a lot of bad stuff for the thing at the trap thing from Shawnee, which I'm not going to read out loud. But yeah, it's gonna be a rough fight, so I guess we'll find out in a week though. There's nothing we can really do about that. Also, no progress on the shiny here. We almost waited here 30 minutes and haven't seen anything. Luckily, if we don't see anything, we can just reset, because we saved before we started. But yeah, we've just been unlucky, I guess. Because I always see like people talking about finding shiny Cyclizard really easily, they're just walking around and there it is sort of thing, and I'm just like, how do people do that? I know another one is like Pawmi, I believe. A lot of people were like, oh, I just found a random shiny Pawmi, and I was like, really? I've never seen a shiny Pawmi, and I've been hunting like in an area which had Pawmi quite a while. I've watched you try this mon a few times, I swear. Yeah, this is one of the mons that I have tried to hunt for several times during the shiny hunting month and stuff like that. Recently started a mini campaign with some buddies because one of the players' husbands loves D&D and wanted to surprise them, and knowing how to play, so I put together Greg the Barbarian with a missing arm that he replaced with an interchangeable weapon attachment. Nice. Hopefully that campaign goes well. I mean, we're coming close to our Curious Hollows campaign as well. Certainly a interesting twist, to say the least, for that particular one. So I'm wondering how we're going to deal with it. Problem is that we obviously couldn't really dwell on all the twists that we saw and stuff like that long, so we just have to move forward. But we're getting back to the Ravnica one too as well. After thinking about it, he's definitely based off Glorbert from How to Train Your Dragon. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, you got most of you. Most of you there. But yeah, once we get back to Ravnica, I'm really curious to see, because I know the cliffhanger we ended up on, or left on, it was a decently big cliffhanger, and I think it sort of marked the point where things are going to get a lot more serious. But we'll see, pretty much, because we're only halfway through the free time events, and I know Mags was interested in exploring a lot more for the free time events. Serious and difficult fights? I'm not too certain. I think just the stakes. We already had like a couple of... We got that ghost assassin dude who's like clearly trying to do something, and he is not telling us everything, but he is definitely working in the shadows. We obviously have the issues of the sinkholes, and I think the sinkholes are now starting to get bigger due to the big earthquake. So that's also another thing. Yeah, you were just like chilling in your house because everyone went back to their own districts. So we have two people who are in the lower floors. Me and Diana were up on the street, so we're okay. And you and what's the I've actually forgotten the name. It's escaping me right now. Stakes like how you guys were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Not that high, not yet. Also, we used time travel to fix that, as awful as that is. I know a lot of people probably died from the earthquakes, because apparently when the earthquake hit, one of the buildings that were floating in the sky lost power, and the entire island just collapsed and crashed down on a good chunk of a town. So there are definitely dead people. And Mags did tell us that some of our characters might have to like move in to help with the emergency situation and help out with I guess all the cleanup and retrieval of bodies of people that might still be alive. Yeah, Vassal's definitely gonna rush in. yeah. And I know my guild would probably also immediately get to work as well to try and provide aid and whatnot. Oh boy, we're about at the 30-minute mark and no shiny. Not a good start. But we'll go do a hunt that has us more involved wandering around. As much as the lizard printer is, like, nice, it'd be nice to be running around rather than just staring at a hole in the wall. Why not find the deck of many things? That's what I did. Well, I think, I don't know if Mags really wants us to use the deck of many things. Like, they know what the deck of many things are. They just think that it could be a bit too chaotic. Because, yeah, you know how powerful the deck of many things are. Worked well in the last campaign. Wouldn't use it in Icewind Dale. No, I don't know about it. But yeah, it's all on the DM whether the deck of many things actually makes an appearance in a campaign. Because yeah, it is very dangerous of a tool, because not only can it be like super helpful for the players and give them like stupidly good buffs, it can also do the opposite. 100% it was a lot of fun though. Oh yeah, absolutely, but like I definitely wouldn't, it would probably break the sort of gameplay loop of Icewind Dale due to how serious Icewind Dale is supposed to be. Just have some magical MacGuffin, like, especially given that the whole premise of that campaign is that the place is trapped in a never-ending winter. Like, if you had the deck of many things, all you'd have to do is just get wish and just wish for everything to be back to normal, essentially. And that ends the campaign instantly. So I can see it not really being something useful in that sort of circumstance. Let's see. 2 minutes. Well, when they stop spawning Cyclozards, that probably would be a good, or like other Pokemon, that'd be a good indicator that the sandwiches run out. I guess we could go for Wiglet again. Wiglet's very bright and easy to see. I'm just worried that we'll end up finding another Wugtrio. I really hope not. I just want the Noodle Boy. And then we still have to go look for Tinkertuff, but basically we gotta go get one more Tinkertink. I think you can look for Tinkertuff just out and about though, so if it's easier to go for the second evolution form, then we might go for that. And then it's just the Capsakid line. Capsakid I'm kind of not looking forward to hunting due to how small Capsakid is. Scorevillain will be a lot easier to tell. He gets different colored pants. But yeah, I am not looking forward to Capsakid. I think Capsakid's is like the leaves slightly change color, but because he's so small, it's just hard to see. We gotta stare at the camera for a while. And Baxcalibur, I was hoping to get him with this sandwich, but yeah, you can do it. Yeah, we do have all stream. Though another thing I know that's is a Tandem Mouse. Tandem Mouse is gonna be impossible to see. We're just gonna use the KO method. We'll probably I might bring out Ceruledge for that one because Ceruledge is fast, and I know Goldengo is fast to hunt, but yeah. Get a free subscription every month, except I can't give it to you. Yeah, I think it's because I'm not affiliate or something like that. I think they wanted me to be affiliate and then they dropped it again because apparently I wasn't getting enough viewers or something. Which is understandable. It just happens to be like the time that I do stream isn't terribly useful for some people. Oh, there's a Meryl, so that means the sandwich is over. Alright. Alright, I'll make a bunch of accounts that doesn't work like that. And plus, even if I do go affiliate, it basically means I have to put ads. And I don't know how people feel about ads. Alright. I need water sandwich. How to make water. Doop-a-doo. We need a wiglet. We don't need Wugtree, we need only wiglet. Okay. Blah. Take another sip of my tea. I've got plenty of liquids here. Help beat back that cough I have. It's a little bit better today. The problem is it's like it's not frequent, but if it does kick up, it lasts for a bit of a while. But my nose is doing a lot better today. Compared to last stream. It's not as leaky. But yeah, I'm pretty getting close to certainty that I think it's a chest infection or a sinus infection that I have. I was hoping it was just a cold, but I think it's getting to a point where, yeah, this is probably an infection and I need to go get antibiotics. Sinus, yeah. I'm leaning more to sinus as well because I think it's like my sinuses are causing the issue like down the line sort of thing. So it's like my nose acts up and it then ends up at my throat. When you go to the doctor's tomorrow, that was the only available time I could get. I was supposed to be at work today, but because my work is having training day, I don't have to be there at work today, so at least get a day off, which helps. But yeah, I could only get tomorrow as the only time. I was meant to be at work today, but someone quit, so I'm doing their shift on Saturday. Boo. Yeah, Saturday is not fun to have work. You'd want to be your rest day for that sort of thing. Ah, there's the river we hunted for tadpole last stream. Right, I'll take my Steam Deck and play games. That'll write the script for my game. Ah, yes. Well, you do what you need to do. Okay, I assume this is the beach. Alright. Yep. And there'll be wiglets. And there'll be everything else here too. Click save, and then we'll do a water sandwich. I still have that salty, so we can easily use that. Ah, there was also something I figured out when I was working on the stream avatars. I was asking, because I'm doing the Johto starters at the moment, and I was like, oopsie, I need to have 10 mons for the to put as a whole pack sort of a wave. And I casually forgot that Meganium has a gender difference. And I was like, oopsie. I should have just, like, didn't have to worry about that. I had the 10 I needed. Because, thankfully, I am working on doing the gender differences, but they're not that hard. A lot of the times, if it's not a really big change, I can just copy-paste over it. And that cuts the time. But I was like, how do I forget that Meganium is, like, one of the few stars that has a gender difference? But I am getting close to getting those done regardless. I'll just have to make the second Meganium, and then after that it will just be putting them together and having the shinies are almost done. It'll just be a matter of just editing the animation loops and speeds and whatnot so they don't look too abnormal. Alrighty. I forgot to change this. Let me do that real quick. Let's change it to Wiglet. Wiglet is a very bright colored shiny. Like, it goes from white to this gold color. Yo, where's Driftblim? I mean, you can always request Driftblim in its line. I do like them. I think it's like Avatar Driftblim, but I can write down that you requested it still. But yeah, I like Drifloon. Drifloon's cute. And they got really good. I swear I did. Well, I can always put it, it might have been a while, I might have forgotten, but I'm pretty sure I would have wrote it down, so I don't know what happened there. Regardless, I'll write it down so I don't forget this time. There we go. It's been written down. It's so cute. Yeah, I've always liked the Drifloon line. Okay, we're done picnicking. Alright, let's hope for a gold boy. Yellow, yep. But yeah, you can see here the issue is just that whilst... Oh my god, we found the shiny of the wrong shiny immediately. Oh my god, no! Are you serious? The sandwich only just started too. Oh my god, I literally just had... I'm still chewing on the sandwich. That's how quickly this was. Yeah, you laugh it up in the back over there, Wiglet. Like, the problem is I don't want a Masuda method Wiglet of all mons. But if the game keeps giving me Wugtree, I'm gonna have to. Also, that was like, what? Less than 2 minutes in. See, like, look at this. There's 4 Wiglets here. And out of all the Wiglets, it was Wugtrio that was the ones that shined. Shiny cursed fear. I know, my luck. My extreme of luck. Extremely good or extremely bad. What's that? It's like tasks failed successfully. That's pretty much what happened there. I'm sure there are people who would really like a shiny Wugtrio and stuff like that, and I end up getting it, and I don't need it. That's how I feel with the Meryl card. Ah, yes, that's true. If people don't know about what Connor's talking about, we're talking about TGC Pocket. Man has pulled like 5 full art Meryls. I feel like Wiglet sounds derogatory. I think it's supposed to be just like Wriggle and what's the word? Diglett. Hey Cryo, how do I put this? I mean, we found a shiny, but it wasn't the one we were after, and I already have plenty of them, so it kind of sucked. We're currently hunting for Wiglet, and I ate a sandwich, walked over in a minute, and immediately found a shiny Wugtrio, so it does kind of suck. It's still shiny, but like, man, I don't need a shiny Wugtrio. I literally just need the Wiglet. Would it be funny if this Wugtrio had a mark? It doesn't, but I'm pretty sure I've done the Wiglet hunt like a couple of times and have had a similar result where I'm just like, oh, I wouldn't mind Wugtrio because I don't have it, and now it's gone to a point where I don't need Wugtrio. I'm pretty sure I found 3 Wugtrios. But yeah, we were just discussing some stream avatar stuff, some D&D stuff, the usual stuff. It is a bit of an odd day to be shiny hunting, but you know, might as well. Because I do want to start moving on to older methods, so that's why I kind of want to keep chipping away at Pokemon Violet with the shinies. Because I think there's only a couple more before I'll probably have to go back to stuff like Sword and Shield. Probably have to do a little bit of Legends Arceus. But I think we're technically able to Masuda method, right? I need sleep, it's too early in the day. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've had times where I'm like, I'm tired, but like if I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep later in the afternoon. And I did that once where I took a nap and I fell asleep by accident, and then I woke up at 9 o'clock at night. And I was like, oh no. Definitely ruined my sleep schedule that particular 2 days. I have seen something of a similar... I saw it, what was it, a video? Where it was like some guy decided to take a nap in his car. And I guess he didn't put an alarm on. He was like, yeah, just 5-minute nap. And then when he woke up, it was dark. And he ran out of his car in a complete panic. Because I assume he was supposed to get ready for work. Or like he was early shift on work and he just decided to take a quick nap before he went into work, and then you literally see the hard cut in his car where he's still napping. And it's just like pitch black outside, like he's slept the entire day. And I guess the surprise is that not a single person really notified him or anything like that, but it does a little sound a bit fake. But I have done something similar, like I mentioned earlier, where I did decide to take a nap, woke up and it was like getting dark, and I was like, oh no, I'm so not sleeping tonight. I eventually did, but I ended up sleeping like around midnight or 1 o'clock. It took quite a while before it allowed me to sleep. I've been up for around 18 hours. Well, hopefully when the time does come that you do get enough sleep that you need. Don't want to be sleep deprived for sure. Feels like there's a lot more Wog Trios down this side, and it's more closer to this side that it's Wiglets. But I need to adult and pop out to the shops, no worries. I need to do that this afternoon too. I may be sick, but I have to make a cake. I'll obviously mask up and all that stuff when the time comes. I'll leave stream playing while I'm out. Thanks, man. I need to get ingredients for a Black Forest cake. I was actually supposed to make a different cake for my ma's birthday. I was supposed to make a different cake and like trial and error it. Like, you know, she gave me a recipe and she was like, can you give this a try? And I was like, sure. And then a couple of days later, that sore throat hit me. And I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't make it because I'm feeling a bit crook. And then I ended up being crook for over 2 weeks. And it's literally this weekend, so she just told me to just make what I know. Which is a bit of a shame. I wanted to try out the new recipe, but yeah, I was not in a state to do that. But I get to retest something because I wanted to make some adjustments to my recipe. Just so that the cake seems a bit more full. I've been using like a 1 batch for the cake and then separating them into 3 layers. And the layers kind of ended up a bit lopsided, so I want to test out making a double batch of cake batter so that I can fill the cake pans up a lot more and then just be able to trim them off more evenly. That's my plan. Most I made recently was a maple pecan pie, so dang good. Oh yeah, that does sound good. Pecan pie I don't think is as big of a thing over here though. But I think Cryo was the one who, what was it, requested the Stantler thing. I forgot that Meganium has, the stream avatar thing, Meganium has 2 genders, and I think they're visible on the actual sprites, so I don't need to do Stantler right now. But I will add him to the next wave. I just totally forgot about the gender difference. Found it picks up the most the almost darkest syrup. So it's nice and rich. Yeah, because I think it's like how you can get like molasses and stuff like that, and that's the deeper it is, the more flavorful it can be. I know when I use when I make, what is it, some brownie recipe I have, I usually go and get like dark brown sugar for that purpose. Yeah, hopefully I can bake without too much issues happening. I am mostly well, it's just that my body just can't seem to jump over this last hurdle of this sickness. That's currently where I'm sitting at, I think. And I think I just need to go to the doctors, pick up some antibiotics to try and help push my body over the last part. I am so worried that a floatzel or like a weasel's going to be shiny. Because they are spawning in quite frequently as well. Now, we did hunt for Cyclozard earlier, Cryo, but no dice. Cyclozard still refuses to be... Still refuses to shine for us, to say the least. The Golden Lifeguard, yeah. It's not a bad shiny, but... definitely one I don't need right now. I want the other golden shiny at the moment. It's always 4 guaranteed back here. I think after this we will attempt to do what would be a one to do? Like, this one's a really easy to shiny to see. It should try and do Caps Kid and Scorvillain, so I might look that up. Why were there elephants on the beach? I do not know how this works with the spawning. I think it's because these rocks here, for some odd reason, have a spawn rate. Like these rigid rocks. And they just spawn in whatever comes off the mountains. Which ranges from like Go-Goat to Kufant. So like even Noibat and Noivern are spawning on these rocks. Which is so bizarre why they would give these rocks like a spawn point. Because they barely have any surface area for any of the Pokemon to stand on. But I guess it's just another case of the game not knowing what it's doing at times. But I did see somebody's currently doing some Masuda method in Sword and Shield whilst doing Dex Nav stuff on the 3DS. I don't think I would need to do any Dex Naving stuff. I've got most of the Pokemon from the Hoenn region. Sword and Shield though, I definitely do have to Masuda method in that game. I'll probably once this stream is done, I'll probably have to consider having make a stream layout where it's like the Switch and the 3DS. Because whilst we're Masuda hunting on one game, I think we will be doing something like SOS or soft resetting on the 3DS. Yeah, look here, you got like they barely can fit on that rock and yet they spawn on it. Yeah, I guess I'll have to decide which Galarian mon I want to go for first, because there are a ton of Galarian mons I need, and not just Galarian mons, there are other Pokemon from like other series, like there's a couple of Kalos mons that I still have yet to get. Basically anything that isn't available in this game, essentially. But I believe off the top of my head we need things like the Darumaka line, which I need 2 of. Ponyta line, I need 2 of. Tyrant. Tyrant is an X and Y. I'm talking about Gala. I do not know if... I don't think I have Tyrant. If I take a look. You are Gen 6, yeah. I have Amora and Aurorus, but yeah, no Tyrant yet. Yeah, Cryogonal is still one I still have yet to get. But I can get it in this game, so I'm trying to decide whether it'd be better to do that. And if all else fails, I could also just, you know, RNG manip Cryogonal. Anything that's Gen 5 can be easily, and below it, like, can be RNG manipulated. I'd try not to, but it is available. Yep, Joltik. Still have yet to find it. I have hunted it multiple times, and it's another mon that refuses to show up, but it's also another mon that I can barely see. So it's rough to hunt. And I believe it does show up in Sword and Shield as well, so that is another place I can hunt it in. The Zorua line is another one that I have yet to find. Like, I've only gotten one Zorua, and that was from Legends Arceus, which I'm not going to, like, knock on, because I really did, like, was so excited to get that Zorua after so long hunting it in that game. But I'm still, like, needing to get the Hisuian, what is it? I need the Hisuian Zorok, and I still need the other two regular ones, too, of the Zorua line. Hunting Zorua in this game has been rough. Just no luck at all. And with Joltik, I think I need, do I just need Joltik? I think I have Gavantula. No, I need both. But yeah, there's a couple of 5th gen mons that I excluded from doing RNG manip of because I can get them in these games, just to give me something to do. But I'll probably leave those till last anyways, and focus on things that I can only get in this game. Which is obviously anything that's from the Paldea region, and then the starters and stuff like that. Because we still need to get... We need to get the two Tepig. We still need the Alolan starters of Poplio and Litten. I still need 2 of those ones. I still need Swampert. I still need Infernape. I think that's pretty much all the starters, and all the starters that are from the Paldea region, obviously. But I think what I might do, I've been thinking about like what I want to do to get those, and I've come to the conclusion that since we're not really focusing too much on like hunting anymore, Delphox? Oh, am I missing Delphox? Okay, I'll have to get that as well. I do remember getting 2 Venekin in this game from Masuda Method, so I might just need to get one from just shiny hunting it. So yeah. Yeah, I mentioned Infernape already. I like how my chat's just become a list at this point. But yeah, it is true, I do need, like... need those things. But I've been thinking, yeah, now that I remember what I was thinking about, took me a little while. With the Masuda Method thing, since we're not hunting for like the big Mighty Mark stuff, like at least on stream, I think what I might do is get all my my Pokemon in this game, my living decks, and carefully move it into home. And then fill up the rest of the boxes with eggs. Because we need to do a lot of Masuda Method. So we need a Masuda Method all 3 starters. And we also need to Masuda Method the Fire Breed Tauros. And the Own Tempoed Rockruff. Because I do not have Scarlet. That's pretty much it. But the starters are the most important out of those ones. And now that we have the 3 Mighty Mark ones, we can even get ones with hidden abilities and unique Pokeballs too. Which will be pretty neat, to say the least. Can I offer you an egg in this trying times? I mean, you can give me an egg, but you'd have to I'd have to catch a random Pokemon. I don't think I have any spare Pokemon to switch it with. But yeah, those are the ones I'll probably have to go for first for Masuda Method. So on Masuda Method, I'll probably... oh my god, my game. I'll probably get a bunch of eggs. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, if I'm just gonna get a bunch, like start with one Pokemon and just get a bunch of eggs, or just do that thing that I've seen some people do where they get all the starters and just have them all breeding at the same time, so you just don't know what egg you'll get instead. But I think for the sake of a counter, I'll probably just do one at a time. So we'll probably start with the Sprigatito line. And just keep hunting for Sprigatito until we get all of them. And then go to Fuecoco and then Quaxley. Thankfully for the Quaxley line, we need only one. The bats lagged it. Yeah, no, I don't know what happened there. It just lagged like crazy for a second. And it's weird that it would be just the Noibats, because I've seen a couple in a different location. It was only just as I was coming past this rock that it did that. But yeah, I do have Fire Tauros because I have it in my living dex, so I just have to breed a bunch of those. And also it will just be easier. Let's be real. The Tauroses in this lighting are just really bad shinies. Which sucks, because I think just if they had better lighting, they wouldn't be as bad of a shiny. It's not the most inspired shiny, but it's like, you know, at least it's serviceable, right? But the lighting in this game makes them look even worse than what they would look like. And then the Tandem Mouse situation, I do not know. I know somebody Masuda methoded the eggs and managed to get the 3 mouse holds, so it is possible that way. That was something I was a little worried about, that if you do that, it would cause issues. The lighting affects a lot of the shinies, yeah. I do wonder how this game will perform if you did place it on the Switch too. If it would run a lot better, but there are just a lot of the game that's just like not in the best state, unfortunately. As much as I enjoyed this game and its story, I will say its performance is pretty lackluster at times. That's why I'm kind of hoping that we did have the trailer for ZA, so we've gotten news about ZA and it's existing, but I want them to take their time. The game is as smooth as possible. I'm not gonna say a lot of people have been talking about like the starters and stuff like that. I've seen like those pictures where they're like, oh, I figured out what the starters like final form's gonna look like, and I'm just like, okay, cool. Just gonna ignore that. Like, one, because if it was real, that's a leak, and if it wasn't real, it's just wishful thinking that people can't get, you know, that feeling. But yeah, I just hope that when ZA comes out, they bring back the shiny jingle. That's all I care about. Never understood why. Yeah, I know there's like... I think it's more just like because people love baiting other people to click their videos to get certain things. I assume that's what you meant by that comment, considering when it dropped in, but if it's about the shiny jingle being taken off, that's another thing I didn't understand. I guess it's also the issue, just like a lot of these Pokemon, they despawn really quickly in this game as well, so that doesn't help. Unlike, let's say, Legends Arceus, where you can hear the jingle, and if you fly by it again, you'll hear it again. Whilst in this game, if a Pokemon despawns, it's just gone, like, for good. So, I don't know if... But still, a chime would have been nice. Another thing that would have been nice was that, what was it, in Sword and Shield, if the shinies did show up in the overworld. Though, I believe somebody made a mod for that. And they added even a sound effect to indicate that a Pokemon was a shiny. Which is pretty cool. But obviously that's on a modded Switch, which we do not have. Or a visual, at least, yeah. I guess it still makes it surprising when you find the shiny, but... It's just interesting that somebody who went into the game files and just found out that you could just literally toggle it on and off. Like, it was that simple of a check, to say the least. And then another thing I'm wondering about this game is that, are we going to get legendary shinies, you know? Because, I mean, this game introduced it so much of them, and it really... Like, there's no way they could possibly make it as a reward for finishing the Pokedex anymore. Because, I mean, Meloetta did that for us. So, like, you know, like, now what? You have, like, what, 7 to 8 shinies that just are just not going to be available? Like, it'd take you, like, several games just to get all those shinies. And all the other games have gotten their shiny unlocks done. And I doubt they're going to be like, oh, do for Pokemon Home, because that's impossible. Though I have heard things about, was it Pokemon Go? Which was, that apparently it's been sold off to a different company. And people are very worried about it, because that company is known for, like, charging absurd amounts of money and spamming ads. So I do not know what's happening with Pokemon Go. Wait, what? Yeah, that's what I've heard. I cannot fully confirm if this is true or not, but it's been something that's been discussed where apparently, is it Niantic? Have been considering selling Pokemon Go off to a different company. But this other company is known for their, like, absurd ad uses. Yeah, and, like, transferring Pokemon and stuff. For me, I don't really have many Pokemon to transfer, except for maybe, like, the shiny Mew and the shiny Shaman and Genesect. So I might transfer, like, maybe the Mew and Genesect. The Shaman, I don't know yet. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with Pokemon Go, really. It does suck that some of its shinies have been just locked to Pokemon Go. Like, Genesect is one of them that I'm just like, there's no way to get an English Genesect except from Go. At least with all the other things, you can use, like, use ACE or arbitrary code execution, or use some sort of, like, old soft resetting method in the old games to get English versions of these mons. But Genesect is only shiny in the Japanese version. It's like shiny Diancie. Shiny Diancie is also locked to Korean, I believe, because it was part of a single movie event that happened over there. And nowhere else, which is, you know, rough. But yeah, I do not know fully on the news about Pokemon Go. I don't keep up with it as much, but I'm sure there'll be somebody out there on the Reddit site that can tell you. All I've been keeping an eye out is on Pokemon TGC. Oh, TCG, sorry. Because I've been trying to get Pokemon cards, but right now the prices are so stupidly high that it's just not worth it. And I've heard, like, a lot of the prices have just gone up on a lot of singles even, and I'm just like, ugh. Makes me think that I came in at the wrong time to do some Pokemon card collecting. I didn't even get to finish my Paldean Fates set. I only have like a couple of handfuls of shiny baby cards left, and I just wanted to get the last few, but the prices just keep rising on them. or they're just not available anywhere. I used to go to my card store and just ask, oh, can I take a look at the singles? And they're like, yeah, and they had a ton. And last time I went there, they barely had any cards, and I was like, what the heck? Because one area I understand because it's quite popular, and it also often holds a lot of tournaments there, so a lot of people are going in and out with these cards. But another location I went to, I was just like, nobody comes here. Like, this is rather out of the way. And there's just no cards, like, at all. People will just be buying them all pretty much. So that's been on a bit of a standstill for me, which kind of sucks. And it's made worse because I think I saw the new set, like a little like preview of some of the new cards in the new set, and I noticed there was a new special art, I think Hydrapple, and I was like, oh no, I haven't even bought the previous Hydrapple cards because they've been expensive. The problem is that one Hydrapple card I liked just keeps going up in price and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, there was a Mesprit card that I really liked, just looking at it. I didn't need it or anything like that. I was just like, oh, this card looks nice. And it was like, what, over 30 bucks? I was like, I don't know about that, chief. Alrighty. Well, unfortunately we can't really say no to the sandwich because we did find the Wog Trio, but man, that does suck a little. So, no Wiglet today. Alright, off to the next hunt. Which I believe will be, Capsicid? Let's see, I need grass type. Oh, okay, so Scorevillain does overlap with Go-Goat. So I either overlap with Go-Goat or I overlap with Flareon. There doesn't seem to be an option where I don't overlap with one or the other. Flareon. I mean, the problem is that let's say I catch the Scorevillain, I have nothing to hunt, I don't think, except, well, I guess I do have like some starters that fire types. But yeah, I can't use this sandwich for Capsicid if I do go for the fire type sandwich. That's another thing too. Alright, let me take a look at shiny Capsicid. I do not remember off the top of my head what shiny Capsicid looks like. I just know the leaves go a different color. Oh no, it actually goes a yellow color with the darker leaves. Like that. Alright, let's go and hunt for Capsicid real quick. So, it's in the desert area, right below one of the rocks. I need to go, apparently here. It becomes yellow, it's sick. Yeah, he's wilting. I always thought the little leaves on the side of the body were arms, but no, they're just leaves. Man spawned with no arms. Alright, now we just gotta hope we don't get too many sandstorms. Is my only concern. Wait, they aren't? Well, I mean, Scorevillain doesn't have any arms, so why would Capsicid have arms? And I've never seen him actually use it in terms of, like, combat. Okay, grass sandwich. I'm gonna take another swig of my tea. It has become very, very cold at this point. Fortunately, since we used up that one salty, I do not have any more options. But man, I'm running out of spicy too. I am just low on Herba Mystica. I just haven't had the time or effort to like go get more. I gotta do level grinding in a different game. Still have to do some leveling up in Dragon Quest. And it kind of sucks because there is an item that could help me take out metal slimes a lot easier. But I have to beat level 9 of the monster arena, so my level grinding has been put on a slight standstill, and I've been currently searching for some more monster pals to join me. But I managed to find enough that the animation has changed, so instead of them rushing across the screen, they rush into the middle of the screen and attack. So that's pretty cool. This sandwich looks so unstable. That's nice, yeah. And also, it means they're, the attack is also getting stronger. I have got a couple of level ups, but nothing too substantial. Because, for those who were there when I did the fight, I barely beat the boss of that dragon. And then I decided to take a quick gander to see, what level they recommended, only to find out there were 3 extra bosses after that fight. And I was like, oh my god, and it doesn't look like there's a break either. Like, I expected we were going to, like, fight the dragon and then fight the final boss of the game, but no, it's fight the dragon, fight another boss, and then fight the big final boss, all in one sitting sort of thing. So I was just like, yeah, no. We need to level up before we, do this attempt, essentially. A sandwich only Shaggy could love. Yeah. It's a very vegetarian sandwich, to say the very least. It's lettuce, capsicum, and then just thins of prosciutto, as if that's going to help balance the rest of the sandwich out. Good thing it's nighttime at the very least. It makes it a little easier to see these, capsicums. Because look how small they are, they're tiny. I guess the main part we need to look at is if their body like goes yellow, but I think the neck bit stands out because their body goes yellow. So if we can see a really decent change in their body, and we should see that neck part, that might help. Yeah, these are small boys. That's why I'm really hoping we don't get a sandstorm, because I'm pretty sure I'd just be blind. But yeah, level grinding there. I don't think I need to do any level grinding over in Mario and Luigi, but... oh, far out. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. But yeah, that last fight we did with the Monster Mania thing, I did look up to see how much time that took me to beat it. Because for those who don't know, there's a group of people who are Monster Manias, and they basically give boss fights of like enemies they've beefed up in certain stats. And the guy we fought beefed up his monster to have absurd levels of HP, to the point where we were doing like 1,000 damage and it was barely tickling him in terms of HP. It's like the Blissey situation, you know, where like it just has a ton of HP. That's pretty much what it was. It could not really attack us too badly, it could slow us down, but yeah, it was so full of HP. And I was curious to see how long it took me to beat that boss, which I did post in the Blue Sky post, but for those, there might be people who don't have Blue Sky. But basically I took a look. It took us 27 minutes for both bros to basically be using bro attacks almost constantly with the boost when possible. It took us 27 minutes to beat that boss. And for slight context, that boss rush or the enemy rush we died 2 times on, that took me 16 minutes to clear. Dying like 3 times. Just to give perspective of how long that boss fight took. It didn't feel that long, probably because I was actually making progress rather than getting frustrated of dying constantly on that enemy rush thing. That enemy rush thing was awful. If I had the gear, that would have helped me avoid taking as much damage. I should have prepped my plugs before I went in. That was probably my downfall, because I basically had to like dodge the entire first wave, or I would have just... it couldn't recover, essentially. But yeah, I don't think we're at a level deficit at the moment. I think we're at about the right level. And we did buy all the gear to upgrade our stuff, so we're pretty maxed out on that. So I think we're okay in Mario & Luigi, so no grinding there. Then again, I don't think we've really grinded in that game, except for like when we needed to do the Seedle thing. Which definitely was a handy plug when we were doing those shark bones. I knew it turned them into a Seedle, I didn't realize it turned them into a level 1 Seedle, which I found pretty funny. If only we could do that to the final boss, but probably the final boss gets checked by that and can't be affected. That would be funny though. Can you imagine if you were fighting the final boss and then the Seedle plug activated and turned him into a level 1 Seedle? Fight ends there and there. But yeah, I know we're drawing close to closing those 2 games. Maybe a couple more sessions and they should be finished. Because I am going to do the post-game stuff in Dragon Quest. But I do not know how that's going to go, because post-game requires me to be level 55 to at least get a successful win. And it probably will require me to do some grinding in terms of money and stuff. And also there's a couple of monsters that I can't actually pick up yet. They're locked to post-game. So I still have quite a handful to look for, but I've almost got them all. I wrote down which ones I was missing and stuff. That's kind of the hard part, was that there was quite a few I was just missing because I just happened to walk past them at a wrong time of day sort of thing. And I just never went back to those areas, and I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna probably look up strategies for the monster arena, because one of the rewards you can get from there is a metal boomerang. And the metal boomerang, it basically guarantees a hit on metal enemies. And boomerangs hit all enemies on the screen. So it's really useful for a particular grinding area. Especially with how slippery those enemies are. Look how small that Capsa Kid is compared to the other one. But yeah, it feels like I've been moderately busy with video games. And I've been trying to do all the grinding off stream, because I don't know how you guys would feel if I just was grinding levels on stream. I mean, I guess shiny hunting is sort of like grinding. You're grinding out Pokemon to see if you can find a shiny. So I guess it's a similar concept. But I feel like I'm doing a lot more when I'm grinding like this, because I'm actively looking out for things, as opposed to like if I was just grinding in Dragon Quest, where I'd probably just go around in a circle like this until something pops up. I can hydrate in just a moment. Let me just double check with the time. I've got a cup of tea here. Of cold tea. It's green tea. Kind of wish these guys weren't aggressive because they do try and attack you as well, which doesn't help. I'm like, I need to focus on finding these little guys. I need to stop and take a look at them. I don't need you attacking me whilst I'm trying to do that. At least I think it's probably better to hunt these guys here as well in the desert, because at least their green bodies sort of stand out on the sand, as opposed to if I had to hunt them in long grass. Like the whole Applin situation we had earlier, where I accidentally ran into the shiny because I couldn't see the shiny because it blended into the grass. Definitely glad that I used the other apple method to hunt. But yeah, I've just been thinking on things of what to do in the future in terms of like games, because we are getting close. I know one thing I'm going to have to do is get all the vods ready. I am a little bit behind with vods, I will admit. I have to do some drawing too. Ugh, I'm so behind with everything. I haven't just had time to sit down and just... Maybe I should just take another week off on streaming at some point just to sit down and get things done. Because I'm so far behind in so many different things, and it's... I think it's starting to stress me out, being behind on these things. Add to the stress soup pile. Because I know somebody's asked me to draw something, and then another person's asked me to draw something, and I'm just like slowly falling further and further behind, and I feel... Ugh. Okay, I need to focus again. I'm not gonna vent on stream, that's not what stream is for. Stream is for shiny hunting. Where's he going? Ah, the sandstorm's back. No. Now, I am a little worried. We found only one shiny today. It's something that we needed. So I'm hoping this luck doesn't persist until the very end. I just want to find this guy because once I do, I have free reign of going after score villains. Score villains much easier to see. Though I have to say, I'm surprised that I've never really hunted for this guy at all. I remember catching one like way back at the beginning of my Violet series and being like, oh, this guy looks a bit interesting, but I never used him on my team. I had no idea he'd be the first fire grass type, that's for sure. I think, if I remember rightly, we have every single grass type now. Though I am curious to see if a bunch of unused types will be used in the future. Because there are some pretty interesting types, to say the least. It doesn't matter if they'll get used later on or what they'll use them for. Because some of them feel like, oh, only legendaries would have it, or like, you need a specific like theme to go with it. You can't just slap it onto just something random. How long does this sandstorm last? God damn. I'm already squinting just to see these little guys. I don't need Don't need sand as well. Oh, no. Well, I guess he sort of uses his little arms like arms. They're bent to, like, act like arms. The thing is, I don't see it on Score Villain, that's the thing. Is it another case of, like, grass type grows up to lose their arms situation? Like Snivy? Though Superior does have arms, it just has them folded behind their back, which is a lot of people don't realize. But they lose their legs at the very least. They become snake. What kind of Kirby is a flower Kirby, or is it a kind of flower? Hello, Fia. Yes, hello there, Fox. Good to see ya. What type of flowers would be a flower Kirby? I assume it's similar to the leaf Kirby, just, you know, like the Sakura ones. I assume. Long time no sees. Pretty sure we met yesterday over on Crescent's stream, but yeah, long time no see here. Oh, but I do have to tell you something specifically because you like to make jokes about it. Which stream was it? It might have been one of my Dragon Quest streams, but it was a stream a bit back, and there was somebody who joined me and like followed me and stuff like that, and they started talking, and when they were talking, it felt off, and I was like, huh, sort of thing. I think it was just very weird the way they spoke with a full stop after every message and stuff like that, and I was like, But I just shrugged that off as just people being weird. I've had other people talking weirdly. And then at some point they asked me about my PNG tuber, and I was like, oh yeah, I drew that myself, sort of thing. And then they were like, oh, would you like to get art, would you like to get art from me? And I was like, uh-oh. And I was like, yeah, no, and I was like, ah, yes, this line of questions. No, I'm not interested. This isn't the platform for you to advertise your stuff. And they're like, okay, and then they just vanished and never came back on stream. And I haven't seen them since. So, should I stop making those jokes? Nah, it's, like, I know it's you, but, like, I was just, like, surprised that, you know, flew under the radar, because I do have, like, the parameters set to prevent that sort of thing from happening. So I was surprised that that person just managed to just sneak under those parameters, because I think I have, like, you need a required phone number and required email to be on stream. Oh, is that it there? Let's go. Finally. It's a lot easier to see than I thought. But yeah, I took a look at the date and stuff like that for it, and I was like, oh, no, it seems to be... I realized we can't damage this thing because there's a sandstorm, so it's going to take damage from the sandstorm. Oh, that's a little bit worrying. I might quickly switch to, yeah, I'm going to switch to Golduck and put it to sleep with Hypnosis. But yeah, I was kind of shocked how it got past all that stuff, but I was like, what the heck? But there was one that made me laugh a bit. There was a different bot which had, you know, like, click here for links sort of bot, and I was like, how did this pass the check? Because I'm pretty sure I had, like, all the checks should prevent something like that popping up, right? And then I looked at the profile of that person before I blocked them, and that particular bot was apparently 5 years old, so that's how it got past the check. Oh, it has insomnia. Okay, cool. When you said you had something you needed to tell me, I thought I did something wrong for a second. Wouldn't put it past myself to do something bad without realizing. No, and also if you did, I wouldn't call you out here. Like that's just awful to do. But yeah, I encountered an ancient bot. It was so ancient that that was the only reason it passed by my checks. That I just thought was absolutely just so funny. I was like, there's no way this thing's been going on for like 5 years. Alrighty. There we go. We finally got the Capsa Kid. We can mark him down as collected. Some bots playing the long game. Yeah, I know. Thankfully, those type of bots, I guess, have definitely been lessening quite a bit. Now that I put those parameters on, so that's been a good thing. But yeah, I was just startled when it popped up. It's almost like a jump scare almost. Also fair, but do feel free to call me out if I still need to learn social interactions. Don't we all? There's too many people who need to learn social interactions. Let's see. I have 11 minutes still on the sandwich. Let me switch over the icon real quick. Boundaries, yeah. Because I know there are some people who will be like, hey, can I talk to you about this? And I'm like, or like they start talking about a particular game where I'm just like, cool, I do enjoy that game. It's not what I'm playing though. Like, I understand there are some people who are more passionate about other games I play than some games that I am currently playing. So I'm not going to completely fault them, but I've had times where I've had some people come in and not upset about them talking with me or anything like that, but I do notice that I'm just like, yes, that's cool, but we need to focus on another game at hand. But I'm definitely open to discuss anything just to keep the conversation going. And I mean, I'd prefer a human person like over just sharing about their favorite video game than some bot or scammer trying to get me to do commissions. Like, I definitely would prefer the latter. Alright, score villain. Very much easier to see. We need him. We need the blue pants to score villain. Whether or not we get him is not entirely certain. We have to also keep an eye out on like swords bucks and stuff and dealing, but we should be okay. What the heck? Why are you here? This is way too far from the desert for one of these guys to be here. He's just a little lost. Hey there, Flarkubby, how are you today? Can I talk to you about something? I'd love to discuss how awesome and cool you are. Yeah, that was pretty much how it was like, it was really odd the way they were talking. Because they would be like, hi, how are you? And they would put like a full stop, and I was like, okay, that's a bit odd. But then, the bit that I think, you know how like you get that feeling in your jellies, as they say? Yeah, the jelly part was when they, after they'd asked me, like, you know, how are you? And then they responded with good, I'm good, or something like that. And I was like, huh, oh, did I ask them how they were today? I couldn't remember. And that point, like, you know, put the alert on. I was just like, did I actually ask them, like, how their day was or anything like that? Like, I just responded, like, you know, oh, that's good sort of thing. It's sort of like, yeah, kind of don't understand it fully, but yes, knowing the saying jellies, yeah. It's like they had that in the Pokemon, they had it in Detective Pikachu, and I thought it was funny. Feeling them in my jellies, as Pikachu would say. But yeah, it was like, something was off. That's where it started, like, but I, you know, just went along with it, just because, I mean, I'm just streaming. But yeah, as soon as they asked about the art commission thing, I was like, okay. And I, you know, nipped that in the bud. I was like, no, not interested. This isn't a place for you to, like, advertise your stuff. And then they left. And then when I looked at their profile picture, it was like a generic unicorn image, and I was like, ah, yes, that definitely screams artist. I don't know why. It was like, you know, it would be like if you typed up pink and white unicorn on Google and you just saw the first image and you grabbed it. That's kind of how I felt it looked like, and I was like, that doesn't look like somebody did that artwork, you know? That feels more of somebody who copy-pasted something and they just need a front. But you're free to use jellies at the very least. It was just so bizarre. And it'd been a while since I've had one of those people, so... I don't think I blocked them or anything like that. They just left before I had a chance to. Because I was obviously in the middle of something in actual game. And by the time I looked, when I noticed they'd been very quiet, because they were talking quite frequently for a little while and then they went really quiet, that was the point that I was like, okay, let me just look at their profile and stuff. And that was also when I noticed they were out of the chat. Would you like to buy free art? I'll draw you a stick figure for free. 0.99. What's that? 0.99 for? What if it wasn't a bot but a person doing copy pasta? I feel like it was probably a person doing copy pasta. Because, unless they get a bot that can recognize me saying certain phrases to, you know, activate certain things, that would be my only thought. But I never mentioned anything about a PNG tuber. They brought that up first, so I think it was an actual person just copy-pasting over a bot. But yeah, it's just awful to think that there are people just doing that. Because they're obviously doing it for a quick buck, not a passion of the arts. And also, like, I don't know, it feels a little rude to basically try and advertise your stuff not on your page. It'd be like the equivalent of you going to a Macca's and, like, about to buy yourself, like, a burger from Macca's, and then some employee from, like, KFC comes in and attempts to, like, get you to buy their product whilst in the Macca's store. That's kind of how I feel like it's like. Like, you'd be like, first of all, I'm here for a McChicken. Second of all, like, why are you here? That'd be sort of the feeling I would get from that. So, so here in America, everything is number and 99 cents. Oh, yeah. I guess, like, we have cents too, don't worry. Our Aussie metrics aren't too different. It's just that you guys have weird coinage. Like dimes and stuff like that, where they all equal different things. That would be the thing that I find a bit odd. For me, over in Australia, we just have like, what, 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, and that's it. So 99 cents actually isn't theoretically possible over here. You gotta round it down, or up. Well, they'll most likely round it up, but yeah. Oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah, so we have those, and then we have $1 coins and $2 coins. And then after that, it's the bills, like $5 bill, 10, 20, 50, 100. That's how our things work. So like, over in America, when we went there for the US trip, I was so screwed with coinage because you guys have so many different coins and stuff like that, and I was like, I have no idea what these mean. It doesn't tell me any numerical value to these coins. They're like, oh yeah, just use like a dime or something like that. And I was like, I don't know how much a dime is. Like, what's a dime? I was gonna say, I think the cent coin scheme makes sense, but yeah, the names are weird. Oh, you want to see weird? Apparently the Americans thought that our 50-cent coin looked pretty weird. Like, look up Australian 50-cent coin, and you'll notice it has a very peculiar shape. Because I know a lot of... I think what was it? Crescent ended up taking two 50-cent coins and then giving it to Jaxie and Perry while we were over there. They're like, here you go, a souvenir. Weird coin. But another thing I found interesting is that you guys have $1 bills. That was something I wasn't used to. We have coins that are the $1 instead of rather than a bill. So that was a bit startling too. Quarter makes sense because it's quarter of a dollar or half a coin. Dollar coin. I wonder if it's still a dollar coin going around. Like a quarter made sense, but I think there was something. Do you have like a dime or something like that, or a pence or something like that? No, I don't think it was a pence. It was like something else. I just remember there was other things. Quarters I sort of understood, but like everything else didn't make sense. Pennies, yeah. Like what the heck's a penny? Is that like a 1-cent coin? I know I sound a bit ignorant whilst I'm playing this game and being like, I don't understand coinage. I am part of the problem of people wanting to move over to credit cards, I swear. Also, just like, credit cards are slightly cleaner than coinage. You can't deny that coins are filthy. No, if I was over in Australia, I'd look dumb AF. But I think it'd be a little easier. Well, here's my argument, I guess, of Australian coin. At least the numbers are written on the coins, so that does help. So if you can math, it'll be a little easier. And everything's in a numeracy divided by 10 or 5. But yeah, when you go to a different country, dealing with, like, coins is always rough. Like, it takes me a little while to get used to Japanese, and I've been to Japan a couple of times. Like, readjusting to yen and stuff like that always takes a bit of time. Because, like, what is it? It's like 100 yen is a dollar? I believe that's how it works. Off the top of my head. I'm probably not the best person to ask whilst I'm like, wait, Australian 50-cent coin is Elizabeth on it, or am I looking at the wrong thing? Well, it's the shape of the coin rather than who's on it. We now have King Charles coins starting to print now. So on the back of every coin has the royalty. On the front of the coin it has a different pattern. But yeah. Yeah, it not round. It not round for sure. It's all sharp edges, baby. All our other coins around though. But yeah, our coins have like different animals on them. Like the 10-cent coin has a lyrebird on it. I think we have an echidna on the 5-cent coin off the top of my head. Is Australia aligned with UK? I think so, if it still has the Queen on it. But yeah, it's obviously depending on what year that person is ruling, depends on which royalty is on the back of it. So that actually helps make some coins even rarer than others if you're a coin collector. Because I think my mom has a coin where it still has like, what was it? Did it have Diana on it or something like that? I thought Australia was its own country. Yeah, we are our own country, but remember, we're like... The British dumped a bunch of convicts over here back in the day, so we're just a more advanced version of British people, if you think about it. We're just further up the skill tree, and we have more dangerous wildlife over here. So we still take some things from over in the UK, but we are still very much our own country. It's just that a good chunk of our heritage obviously originates over from the UK. Alrighty, sandwich is over. But we did get the Capsicid, so I'm at least happy about that. So I think we tried Cyclozard, we've tried the Capsicid, we've tried Wiglet, so it's Tinkertuff now. So that is fairy type, I believe. And I'm going to see if it's better to hunt Tinkertuff over Tinkertink. I know how to hunt Tinkertink. It's just Tinkertuff is a bit bigger, so it would be a little easier to see. Anyways, those are your... What's this? Oh! Ah. My sister sent me a picture of her dog. A very pleasing sight to see. They are going to go visit my auntie who has their own dog. Also, the coin is sharp. What? What? And we are more dumb, greedy version of the British people with a swordsman. I thought it was slightly angled. Oh, the 50-cent coin? Well, they're not like sharp. Like, you won't cut yourself on a 50-cent coin, but like... No, it's sharp edges, like, is in like, it is a box-like shape. Don't worry, nobody's cutting themselves on these type of coins. Alright, Tinkertuff. Ah, here's the problem. So Tinkertuff can be found in the wild, but it unfortunately shares a location with Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. So I either can choose to hunt just Tinkertink, where it's not overlapping with anything, or hunt for Tinkertuff, which is easier to see, but it overlaps with something. So that's certainly something. I miss my roommate's cats. He moved recently. She's also shown me a video of her doggo eating food. Because her dog is a Spiegel. So it is part beagle. And very food motivated, to say the very least. Is it cute? It is cute. I do love Millie. Millie is very cute. But which I occasionally nickname Millicent, but Millicent is very food driven. But the problem is that every time I see Millie, it does dampen a little bit, because Max is no longer with us now. Now it's like, what, 3 months? I do miss him, that's for sure. But he is doing much better than he would have been if he was still alive. And he did hit 17 years old, so that's all that matters. But yeah, Millie does visit us from time to time, and is a much more active dog than what Max was. No, Sophia, yeah, it was a rough time to say the least. We lost him 3 days after New Year's this year. But he's been with our family for 17 years, so we knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Still a little tough, like, just getting used to it, but it's definitely got a lot better, like... Oh my goodness, there's a Clorf outbreak. This is it. We have to go get Clorf this stream. Where's Zapico? Here we go. But yeah... Unfortunately for my sister, their dog currently is, has an issue of getting car sickness. So she gets very nauseous on long car trips. But I believe that the vets told them that it will slowly go away, or like it'll be a lot lessened as she gets older, but yeah. We had to drive over for Christmas to the country area, and that was a several-hour trip. And they travel in their own car, obviously, but they were mentioning how their dog was just haggard by the time they got to the end. Onion this time, interesting. Oh wait, it's not, that's why, it's not tomato, it's red. I was wondering why it needed, that's too red here. Oof, yeah, but their dog was basically just drooling and like just looking so rough. She made it in the end through the trip, but yeah, they had to stop several times just to make sure that the doggo was okay. Thankfully, the dog didn't throw up in their car. That's probably the biggest takeaway of all that. But they were very cautious about it the whole trip. So they're going to visit my auntie and uncle, who are about an hour's away from, I think, where they live. Probably a little bit more now that they've moved to a different location. They've moved into her partner's mother's house because rent is difficult. And also just to take care of their mum because his brother has moved out with their fiance. But still, it is an hour's trip for them, and I believe I have been sent a picture of Millie strapped properly into the car with a support toy to help her through the nauseous stage. Oh yes, I know about rent difficulties, trust me. I think everybody knows about rent difficulties. Rent is rent. Rent is high. Rent will... No top red. No top red. Not with this monstrosity. Sorry about that, I just needed to blow my nose. Just bell peppers with accessories, pretty much. Or capsicums as they're known over here. Wait a second, why did I make a fire sandwich? I just realized that's so dumb. I don't need a fire sandwich. I'm hunting for Tinkertuff. And I just accidentally made a fire sandwich. Oh, that's why I used tomato. I was reading fairy and then I read fire by accident. Oopsies. Well, I guess we're going back to school, villain. I was wondering why I put tomato and then immediately was like, no, that doesn't seem right. Oopsie doopsie. Well, I guess it's hunting for more school villain now. Oh, was something happened on Twitch? Okay, it looks like the fire sandwich is already doing a lot better than the grass sandwich. Just by the fact that, yeah, these guys are spawning in way more frequently now, so... Oh well. Made a mistake. It's not the end of the world. I do need these, do need this guy, so... your message failed to send into your message you're trying to send is identical to the message you sent. Please wait. Okay, did you try to send me something real quick? I'm guessing it's just to prevent spam. You just have to send me a message where it's not the same message without sending the message. I don't know. Oh, look at that. There's one Flareon out of the group. So Flareon is rare. Lol, allergies hitting you too, but I hate it hitting it right. Yeah, it's not allergies, unfortunately. I wish it was allergies because at least I could get a medication for that, but no. I think I have a sinus infection. For the past 2 weeks I've been ill over stream. And I had hoped it would clear up this Monday, but when I woke up this Monday, I discovered that it wasn't going away, and then that's when it became like a touch concerning. Because while my body is mostly like okay, my nose and like my throat, like coughing, I guess I'd say the chest area, isn't. And I was like, that's concerning that it's lasted more than like 2 weeks, so I have to go to the doctors to go and get antibiotics, I think, so that I can actually, you know, start recovering. But yeah, don't worry, it's not allergies, it's actually just me dying slightly. Oh, I guess they do have arms. So maybe Capsakid does have arms. I just guess I've never noticed the arms. They're just tucked away that I can't see them. Oh, okay, much better. Yeah. It's definitely better. I say this jokingly, by the way. It's like, I'm 90% well. It's just the last... I can't jump over the last hurdle that without the use of medication. I've basically pushed through this sickness without any meds. But it has resulted with a lot of my co-workers... Wait, so is the shiny just a reverse head color? I believe, yeah. I think the head color actually does reverse, but the pants go the darker color. And the body goes a bright yellow, but we can double check because I don't know if this image is mirrored. So it might be, yeah, that the heads actually do change color. But I'm not using the heads as a method because the heads are still very much like the same color, even if they are reversed. But yeah, the body is what we're really focusing on because the body goes through the most drastic color changes. You can see a lot of the body on the regular one is just one sort of a very similar color. Usually the one who ends up covering for co-workers. Ah, I see. But yeah, my co-workers were worried that they'd catch something from me, but I think I'm past that point of contagion of 2 weeks, but yeah, I do understand their concern. And also the cough I have does sound really chesty and really like bad. So they're just like, it's understandable they would think that would be the case, but yeah. Suppose they haven't gotten sick since COVID ended, yeah. Yeah, sickness has been quite infrequent on my side too. That's why I was quite surprised that I got sick recently. Because I don't tend to get sick too often, so... And I legit thought that this would be just a head cold when I first got it. Because when I first got sick, it was a sore throat, so I just assumed I'd caught a sore throat and a cold because my head was a bit stuffy. But then it kept lingering, and then it became like my nose and like was starting to become an issue, and I was coughing a lot more. Like the sore throat was gone at that point, but that became the new issue, and I was like, okay, that's a bit odd, but you know, it is what it is. It's probably just the tail end of it. It didn't peak at all. I don't know how to describe how it went. It was like I had a sore throat, and then the sore throat died down, and then my nose started acting up, and then I started getting like a blocked nose, and then my head was all like stuffy and stuff like that. And then after that, it just stayed sort of that way for a long time. Only now am I still like it then became runny, and then even now, like, I do have to blow my nose occasionally, but today it's not too bad. It's just that I had to take a quick break just then, just to do a quick clean out. But it was at that point that I was like, okay, surely it's getting better, question mark. But then it's just not. And I'm just like, okay, this is the point where I'm like, alright, it's concerning now, like. Because I think I'm mostly well, so the doctor visit is pretty much just to get the medication just to push through the last part. That's pretty much all it is. But yeah, I've never been this sick for this long. Usually when I get sick, it lasts a week, and then maybe it lingers for a little while and as it dies off. But I have never had a point where I'm just like been sick for 2.5 weeks. Like, that's like very unusual for me. I mean, the last time I was like sick for like a month was when what was it? Was it when I caught pneumonia back when I was a kid? Probably. Like, even when I caught COVID, like, I've had COVID I think twice now. Even when I caught it the first time and my body had little to no immunity except from the vaccination, that only knocked me out for like a week and a half. But yeah. Oh, there's the shiny. Let's see. Yeah, the heads are reversed, I think. No. The heads aren't reversed. Look. They're the same heads. So I think it's just the images must be reversed. Because, yeah, the... Oh, he's got a mark, too. Alrighty, the score villain line is completed. Perfect. Well, there's a Vivillon here. Don't know why there's a Vivillon all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't know why the image here... They must have just, like, got this image here. Yeah, this is... I can see what this is. So they got this image you see in the Pokédex, and they just mirror imaged it for the GIF. Because it's the exact same movement. Oh, the Dusk Mark. I don't think I have this one. Scoreville and the Dozy. I have plenty of Dawn masks. This is my first Dusk Mark. That's pretty cool. I also didn't check the Capsicid about if he had a mark. Dusk Mark? So, when you catch Pokemon in this game, you can occasionally find them with marks. Marks give them titles. So, when you send them out to battle, they have a title. So, if I sent the Scorvillain out with this mark attached, it'll say, Go, Scorvillain the Dozy. And there's like 50 or so marks in the game, some of them rarer than others. So, for example, we'll choose this one. This is a Mienfoo I have, and it has the Absent-Minded mark. So, when you send it out into battle, it'll say Mienfoo the Spacey. There are a couple of marks you can get just by playing the game as well. So, for example, the Paldean Champion mark if you beat the Hall of Fame. An effort mark if you have all your stats, your EVs fully trained. Item mark was bugged, and then they finally added it. So whenever your Pokemon picks up enough items, eventually you can get this mark, which I'm going to equip because it makes more sense. The reliable partner is if it has a high enough friendship with you, like max friendship, I believe. And the Gourmand mark is that you get randomly if you eat enough meals with them. But yeah, there's a lot of marks that you can get just around the field. The mightiest marks are for the level 100s in the arena, in these those raids. There's some marks that are for event Pokemon. There's these Titan marks for the Titanmons. And there's size ones where there's the mini mark and the jumbo mark. And then there was this one, which is unfortunate that the Destiny mark can only be getting on your birthday, and unfortunately I didn't get it. Shiny one. I kind of wished I did. I don't know if I'll get one this year, but still. Been cleaning apartment 3 hours, I've barely gotten anything done. Now chatting with you, I'm getting sleepy, so might slow down the messaging for now. Totally understandable. If you need to sleep, go sleep. Okay, interesting, never knew marks were a new thing. Marks were added in Sword and Shield, I believe. Okay, I'm gonna head over to here, and we're going to... resume our hunt for Tepig, I guess. But yeah, marks are another thing you can just add to Pokemon that make them more interesting. So getting a shiny marked Pokemon is rather rare. Just because of the fact that, I'm just going to pause the game so I can keep my sandwich without losing timer. Big pig. But yeah, they were added in... You can get certain items that allow you to, like, I guess, increase the chance of marks. But yeah, they're just like a little fancy title, and there are some people who actually are mark hunters, where they'll go and hunt for like specific marks, because some of them are rarer than others. Like, for example, there's the weather-based ones. There's one that you get only during a blizzard, and a blizzard only lasts like 30 seconds, so a shiny blizzard-marked like Pokemon would be rather rare. There's then there's obviously the rare mark, which is already, as the title implies, it's a very rare mark. Stuff like that. There's some really cool ones too. Oh my god, I'd burrow out before I got one of those. Yeah. The shiny... Can't even get it, like... Can't get through a Souls-like gamer. Yeah. I probably wouldn't do mark hunting with shinies. Like, I wouldn't mind just hunting for marks in general, but like, adding that layer of shininess on top is definitely would make it a lot harder. Nah, it's fine. If you're lying down or just somewhere where you can't keyboard, it's fine. I think I can get most of the message. But I know, there's a guy who's been hunting for like months on end for like different marks, because obviously some marks are rarer than others, so there's a good chance you'll get duplicates. But I think he's about halfway done from when I last checked off on him. But it's been a while. I haven't gone back to double check. But I have gotten some pretty cool marked shinies, like that Dusk Mark is pretty cool. But the rarest marked shiny I think I have was a shiny Mudkip I caught. I don't remember exactly what mark it was, but it was marked, it was shiny, and it was female. That was the bit that shocked me, because the Mudkip was also female as well, and that odds are quite low as well. So it's a rather rare Mudkip, to say the least. It's my personal rarest shiny, I think, that I've caught in this game at least. Yeah, I tried this odd on even lift bro. 2 even lift bro. Did you get Bike Boy and Wiggle Boy? No, we didn't, but we did get Capsicums. Oh, welcome back, Shawnee. So we finished the Caps Kid line. So got these little Capsicum boys. And this guy has a Dusk Mark, which I don't have. So we did finish off 2 shinies so far. But yeah, no luck on the Wiggle Boy, unfortunately. So we're just trying to get the well, we did get the Scoreville and we have a bunch of the sandwich left, so we're just using it for Tepig. Damn, yeah. So I'm happy that we got 2 of the Pokemon that we needed. So we got that line finished. So after this sandwich we'll go over to Tinkertuff, and then after that I believe it's just Tandemaus and Clorf, and then we just redo it again. And I know with Clorf there's an outbreak, so we have a higher chance of getting Clorf. And I really, really do want Clorf. If there is a Pokemon we have hunted multiple times and not gotten, it's Clorf. We even hunted him last time too. I remember I had someone in high school who would text some weird ass message. I couldn't understand a single thing it texted, like I'm missing so many letters and words mixed up. Ah yes, the leet speech. Well, I saw Lift, so I think I saw Lift Bro, and then I immediately just filled in the gaps. It's kind of how your brain works. I believe if you take out certain letters, but if you keep the first letter and the last letter of a word, your brain can sometimes just fill in the gaps easily. But yeah, I remember we hunted for Tepig. I don't know who asked me to hunt for Tepig last time. I do need Tepigs, so I'm not going to complain. Actually, there's another thing I probably should put on my team if I do find shiny Tepig, because they can recoil damage. They have, I'm pretty sure they have 2 recoil damaging moves too. I might need to, I think it's like, I don't know if it's takedown, I think it's double edge and like stuff. What the F does this even say? I believe that's what you wrote. Question mark is missing. Oh, is that it there? Yeah, there it is. Okay, I was just talking about this. Give me a second, I'll read your message in a moment. I need to grab, just in case. Yeah, that's definitely the shiny Tepig. Don't run, please. Yeah, I don't want to kill it either. I do want this. I just need to remember if it had like 2... If it had double edge and oh my god, it's got raw. That's even scarier. Luckily we're way higher level than it, so it can't roar us away. But that's a little scary because it could get rid of... could cause us to, like, flee. Oh, it's head smash, isn't it? Yep, it took massive recoil damage. Okay. Alright, this is a little scary. Because if it takes too much recoil damage, it will die. So we're just gonna bring in Breloom and... Man, it went for head smash again. We're gonna put it to sleep straight away. Fear is tech... that might be too many letters out. Fear is the coolest and awesome shiny book. Pokemon Hunter. That's a couple of letters taken out. I think I need a little more than that. But anyways. Let me focus on this Tepig. Gotta make sure that I catch it. There we go. Ready. I believe I still need one more Tepig, and then that line is completed. But man, that's really scary, having it have had head bash. Let me double check. Yes, I need one more. Alright, let's double check on anything. No marks. Saveth the gameth. And continue on. Alright. At least our luck is starting to turn around. After the Wiglet not showing, and also the Cyclozard, getting some results. Lol, I left the thing. It should have totally been readable. Yeah. I'm sure there's... Try Wiglet again. Oh, I will. After... we will do the Cloth hunt first. Because there's an outbreak, so there's a high chance we can get it. How much time? We still also have, like... It's only 2 hours, 30 minutes, so we have, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have like 5 or more sandwiches over. 5-hour Wigless. No, not Wigless. We need the Wiglet to show up. Can't have Wigless. We need the Wiglet. But yeah, once we find the Wiglet, that's pretty much it. So. Wait, is that a shiny Squirtle? Oh my goodness, that's full-on shiny Squirtle! I just saw that and caught my eye, I was like, that looks different. I cannot believe my brain, like, was able to connect. Sure, yeah, I already have shiny Squirtle, but I'm not gonna, like, say no to a shiny. It's a nice shiny, too. But yeah, I was just, like, about to turn around in midair, and I was like... Huh? I don't know if he has a recoil move, so I'm just gonna keep throwing balls at him for a little while. But yeah, I was like, that looks weird. Like, visually. I don't know why. So I decided to turn around just to double check, and yeah, there was a green shell on this little guy. Okay, what move sets do you have? Wave Crash. I'm pretty sure this is recoil. Yep. Yeah, Game Freak was cruel and made sure that every starter has a recoil move. Little dude. Oh yeah, he's a very little dude. And it's a nice shiny. It's simple, but it's effective. I actually believe my first shiny of this particular line was a Wartortle in X and Y, I believe. It was just in one of the Friends Safaris. Problem is I know it has Wave Crash, so we can't really do anything about its health. Let's try a dive ball. Just because if we try and use False Swipe, it will just kill itself, unfortunately. Just gotta keep lobbing balls at it until it eventually goes in. But yeah, I think it was like a shiny Wartortle I found, and then eventually I evolved into Blastoise. But yeah, I think the Squirtle I have was like RNG manipped, so having an actual Squirtle is pretty cool from the games. Now, and it's also just super cool that that was totally random. I just also see like 3 Tepics down there, that's why I stopped for a moment. 2 starters, just back to back. So this sandwich technically has given us 3 shinies. 2 of them on the actual sandwich, and then 1 random that's not part of the sandwich. But yeah, I was about to turn Miraidon around, and I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Whew. Very exciting, to say the least. And it's a pretty shiny, so... And we still have plenty of... not plenty of time, but we have still a decent amount of time on this sandwich. But I think this sandwich has given us plenty to work with. Maybe us catching Squirtle is a sign we should go back to Wiglet at some point this stream. Gotta go back and do the water sandwich again. And also, not only that, that Squirtle showed up so soon after the Tepig, because we just caught the Tepig, and then I was about to reset the area for the spawns, and then bam, shiny Squirtle. And they don't spawn too frequently here too, especially not in a pack of 5, so that's kind of like crazy. Oh no, there's packs of 5 here. But yeah, always fun to get a full odds, to say the least. But I'll have to get my counter up for when we do Clorf, because we'll probably have to KO a bunch of them so we can get best odds. I really do hope we get Clorf. Like, this is the best case scenario of us finding just an outbreak, because it does have the heightened odds, but yeah. Nice shiny Squirtle. Yep. I think a lot of the I think all the Kanto mons are like, BRB got a dry laundry? No worries. A lot of the Kanto shinies are quite solid, like, overall. I know everybody talks about the iconic Black Charizard, but I think even like the Bulbasaur and Squirtle have pretty good ones too. Whew, sorry about that. Sudden coughing attack. Get a quick drink. What Pokemon vote by Tesla? I don't know, man. Why are you judging Pokemon by their types that would buy a Tesla and vote for Trump? Don't all Pokemon have rights and can choose who they believe is the right person to vote for? Not be stereotypicalized? But regardless of, like, that sort of nonsense, it's kind of crazy what's been happening over there, isn't it? Like all those people ransacking all those cars, like, I don't even know if that's even necessary to do. Like, what message are you spreading going out and destroying people's cars? Like, it certainly doesn't paint the I'm in the right sort of mindset. People have just been getting crazy, I guess. Marchamp definitely owns a Tesla. Marchamp carries a Tesla. He doesn't even drive it, he just has it and just carries it. You think Slowpoke would vote for Trump? Well, I don't think Slowpoke would be aware that Trump is even running for presidency. He'd probably be several years behind and think that Biden just got voted, knowing Slowpokes. It's like one of the biggest memes, isn't it, with the Slowpoke thing where they're always late to like the news. What was that thing I saw? It was like the Pokemon company actually posted out a bunch of what was it? Valentine's cards or something like that with different Pokemon on it, and the Slowpoke one said Happy New Year on the Valentine's Day card. It was great. It's a big reason why a lot of I think people like to use that meme whenever somebody announces some big news, and it's like, yeah, everybody knew that about like 3 weeks ago sort of thing. Especially given how fast meme culture is nowadays, it's really hard to keep up with it. Yeah, and I'm probably not going to get involved in the politics of the whole situation. Just, I think that the country, like, I do understand, like, everyone's fussing about, but some of the things that actually do need to be changed. And there's actual change happening, regardless if it's good or bad. If they just continue to stagnate, they're just gonna keep crumbling. But yeah, you know how heated people get nowadays about anything. Not even just politics, just in general. It's gonna get to a point where you ask somebody asks if you like vanilla or chocolate ice cream, and if you say you don't like vanilla, then some person will come up with some excuse about how could you not like the most basic of flavors, and it's like this pinnacle of all flavors that helps boost all the other flavors and stuff like that, and that you're wrong and all that stuff over goddamn ice cream. You just can't have opinions nowadays without hurting someone. Whether you like it or not, unfortunately. And I do understand it's hard to, like, fully accept certain things. Heck, I had one of those moments myself, not to a huge degree. I'm alright, I'm sitting right with Americans. Yeah, that's just you, though. But, recently, I would say, a couple of months ago, well, I believe I streamed on here playing Echoes of Wisdom, that new Zelda game, and I thoroughly enjoyed the game, to say the least. And then I let my dad play it since I'd finished playing through 100% of the game, and yeah, he didn't like the game at all. He was like, yeah, I would never play this again. Didn't enjoy it whatsoever. And I was like, and it kind of hurt because I thoroughly enjoyed the game and stuff like that, but he found the controls a bit difficult, and then he also just didn't like the playstyle at all. And I was just like, but I had to accept it because, I mean, everybody has different opinions. What Zelda game? Echoes of Wisdom, because it's more puzzle orientated and like more, you play more as a sorcerer character type rather than just charging in with a sword. And he also didn't really like the top-down view of it, because it's the top-down view similar to Link's Awakening. And I noticed he would flick the stick constantly looking around and stuff like that, and it'd be very disorientating. And I was like, you don't need to do that. You just look at what's on screen. Rarely is the thing going to attack you off screen. But yeah, he just didn't like the game. More puzzles I need to play it. I always wanted harder puzzles. Well, I would say the puzzles are decently difficult. It's also just like the playstyle's totally different, and Zelda is frail and also whatnot. If you want to take a look at the series, like, you can watch the first episode. I think I have a playthrough of it on my YouTube channel. If you are interested in, like, just getting an idea of it. I don't think I do too much in the first episode, just, like, get off the ground. But if that gives you enough incentive to get the game, because I enjoyed it. I think it's a really charming, cute game. And I enjoyed the puzzles and just the playstyle of it. It was interesting, but yeah. It was not a playstyle for my dad, and he struggled with it, and he just did not like it. But that's just how the way it is. Everybody can't like everything. If everybody liked the same things, it'd be just boring. That's the playlist? Oh, I can send the exact playlist, I think. I do have hyperlinks blocked, unfortunately, for other people, just because of the whole bot situations. But I should have one for it. It's the exact videos. Ah, yes, thank you. Because I'm pretty sure I have it... No, that's Mystery Dungeon. I'm pretty sure I did it for... Did I not do one for Echoes of Wisdom? I'm pretty sure I did, didn't I? Odd. Yeah, weird. I thought I did. Let me see, I can grab the playlist. Oh, I gotta organize this stuff a bit more. There we go. It's messy, but that was it. Alright. I guess we will move on back to Cloth. Hopefully we eventually get this guy. Okay. This is an outbreak. Right here. I really like the beginning of Triforce Heroes and tend to play it. I liked playing heavy co-op. Ah, yes, Triforce Heroes. We tried Triforce Heroes too, but it was a similar case where one player wasn't too good at the game because they didn't really play those type of games, and another one was just not interested, so it was hard. Though I believe Pretendo, that fan-run online 3DS thing, is working towards getting a Triforce Heroes thing. I would love to play that with some other people who are interested in that game. I did like Triforce Heroes as well, but I didn't mind the puzzles too much. I think the reason I liked that game a lot, though, was just, like, putting Link in different outfits. I'd love to play that, yeah. I am keeping an eye out on Pretendo just to see if it's getting closer, because there are some games where they're currently working on adding to the list of games they're working on. I know Animal Crossing was one of them. And I wanted to do that with Crescent, but unfortunately Crescent's file got deleted when they were working on it. I'd love to join in if we could play it if you like. Maybe. But we'll basically have to just wait and see at this point. I guess the big issue is just, like, timing-wise. And whether or not the internet can handle us all playing. That would probably be the big thing. It's a big reason that I'd probably consider asking Press first, just because I know they're in Australia. But yeah, that was a big... Do you need the actual game or is it an emulated thing? I think you might need the actual game, but I do not know. But if you, like, have a home... you probably need a modded 3DS anyways, so... With the modded 3DS, you kind of need to, you can download all the games from a special eShop on that one, so you should be able to. But yeah. I believe the Pretendo site has all the details on it, so it'd definitely be worth looking into. And I've heard that homebrewing your 3DS to actually work with all the mods and stuff isn't too difficult. But I had someone do it for me because, one, I don't trust myself with that technology, and two, I needed a capture card installed into a 3DS. And I just happened to have a spare Japanese 3DS I bought years ago that wasn't being used, so I gave them that 3DS to make the modifications on. And it's an XL one too, so it's handy for visually. I gave my 3DS to my brother and I think I lost Triforce Heroes cartridge. Yeah, you're gonna, like, it won't be emulated, I think you do need the actual hardware. But yeah, Pretendo is definitely something I'm keeping my eye out on. Because there are other games too that I think they're planning on bringing back the multiplayer for. Like Pokemon related stuff and all that whatnot. But yeah, Crescent and I were planning on doing the Animal Crossing one when it eventually came out, but then I believe Crescent had a huge technical difficulty where I think they were changing themes and the theme corrupted their 3DS and they didn't have a backup save of their Animal Crossing thing, so they lost everything. And I know they'd gotten a decent part way through the game, so it definitely devastated them and they hadn't had the motivation to go back. And for me, I just haven't touched Animal Crossing in a while because I was hoping to do it with Crescent, and then when I heard about that I was just like, oh, I don't really have much motivation to play the game now. And I've been doing Oras instead. It's a bit of a shame, but yeah. I think life started getting a lot more busier as well. So I didn't have much time just getting into it. I've lost count how many times hardware issues have ended fun games for me and others. Yeah, that's probably a thankful thing about if you mod your 3DS. There's a checkpoints app which allows you to like checkpoint saves or have a backup save. It's definitely been handy. Because I used it to do some editing for my Animal Crossing village. Just to help things... like move a couple things I normally wouldn't be able to move. Somehow Fortnite is still something we play even though it crashes every 30 minutes from a Unity era. With all Unity games for me. Still don't know how to fix it. Interesting. When do you get the error, does it have like the numbers displayed? Because that usually can be a way to like figure out what the error is about. But yeah, it's a bit odd that there'll just be a specific Unity related error. It could be just the console or the PC, whichever you're playing Fortnite on, that might be the issue rather than the game itself, but unfortunately I would not know. I have not played a single ounce of Fortnite in my life. Not only am I not interested in first-person shooters, Fortnite is one of those online big games, so I probably am not interested in those type of games. Don't remember, I have to open it again, but I remember seeing others have the same issue with no solution or forums. Ah, okay. So it sounds more like the actual game itself needed to have an update. Yeah, I haven't heard things about Unity for quite a while. Did they ever fix up that issue, that whole thing that happened with Unity? Where they were planning on charging people extra money? I think they did, but I think a lot of people moved away from Unity in terms of actually building stuff with it. Because I guess they just like, maybe that's the reason nobody's talked about it for so long, is just because nothing's happening anymore. Unity's sort of dead in the water for a little while. Okay, I think that's enough cloths to take out. I'll just take out a couple more just to be sure that we're over the 60 mark. But it should be... we should be at full shiny odds now. Damn, I want pizza. Pizza does sound good. Alright, shiny sandwich for rock types. We're back here already, but I can't waste this opportunity of an actual, like, cloth outbreak. Alright, let me change this back. It's gonna shrink again because some reason these gifts I got for the Scarlet and Violet are so small compared to like the other ones. I mean, look at this shiny. It's such a good shiny, and I still have yet to get it. Right, this time make the proper sandwich this time, because I messed up. There we go. At least this sandwich you'd most likely eat, but like, the bacon in this game is thick. Thick boy bacon. Like, I wouldn't even call this, I don't know, in my mind bacon's usually thin, not like this level of bacon. This is more... Also, I've put them at an angle, that's a little concerning. Yep, we're gonna have to start again. If any ingredients falls off, it messes up the sandwich. That's why we save before we make the sandwich. For that specific reason alone. Still need to go make breakfast, Hot Pockets, but I think my yogurt is probably bad now. I got some Greek yogurt in the fridge. Maybe I'll eat some of that a bit later. Though I could go for another honey lemon tea. That's what I've been drinking every single day. Just honey, lemon juice, hot water. To try and help my throat out. And it's tasty, I mean, so I'm not going to complain about that. But I don't really have a sore throat, it's just more the case of just like... I just have bad sinuses. But apparently lemon tea does help a bit with any gunk in your throat. So I've been drinking. And the honey obviously sweetens it too. I don't know why the game does this where, like, if you make a mistake in choosing a thing, it just sends it, if you press B, it just sends that item straight to the top of the menu. Haven't made tea in forever. Still has a bunch of tea bags I bought. You should. Teas are great. Though there's a thing that we do in our household where we just boil up a huge batch of tea. Like, for example, I have this bottle over from T2, big jug sort of bottle, and we basically get a bunch of hot water and a ton of tea bags, like 4 tea bags worth, stick them in the strainer, put the hot water in, and then fill it up mostly with hot water, not all of the way. Take the tea bags out, fill it up with the rest of cold water, and then just put it in the fridge for cold tea. And we also have a big giant kettle that basically we boil a bunch of black tea with it. So, our household is very tea heavy. Though I remember seeing some video, what was it? I wouldn't say recently, but I saw a video where I was just cringing through it. Because, and I do understand there are some people who will put milk in first before they put the, I guess, the water or something, but I don't understand how that even works. I guess as if the tea's already boiled in a separate pot, that's how it works, but I saw this video where this girl was about to give her British boyfriend, like, a cup of tea, and she put the milk in the tea bag in the microwave, and then heated it up like that, and then afterwards put water in it. And he took, like, she gave it to him, and he was all, you know, cheerful about it, and then he took a sip, and he was immediately like, "What is this?" And she's like, "Oh, it's a cup of tea." And he was so offended that he threw the cup and shattered it on the ground. Which was honestly a rather understandable response. Because of just whatever the abomination she had made was not tea. But, turns out Perry's mum made a similar thing because of what they mentioned where it was like water, tea bag, put in microwave for a couple of minutes, then add milk and then add coffee creamer to sweeten it. And when they mentioned that, I almost was like I was just in absolute shock that that was a thing. My roommate left their electric kettle and loved using that. Oh yeah, electric kettle is super handy. We still have a regular kettle. But I won't deny it, electric kettle is definitely handy whenever we're at hospitals or other people's places. A nice hot cup of tea is always very great. Especially after a heavy meal even. Microwave should never be used for tea, no. Microwave can't even get hot enough to like boiling water, so like the flavor would be like if that girl did what I remember seeing in that video, the implications is that she heated the milk and tea. The tea bag would probably have been so flavorless. And I think she added a decent chunk of like cream or like some sort of sweetener. But yeah, that guy's reaction to throwing the cup on the ground after she was giggling about like making that for him, she honestly deserved it. Like she went into there making that with bad intentions. And filming herself doing it too, like, is another dead giveaway. I only use my microwave for leftovers. Yeah, that's what a microwave is for. It's just to reheat leftovers. That's why I never understand those people who they're like, oh, here's a way to make a microwave cake or something like that. And I'm like, no, just make a proper cake. It's not that hard. Like, even with like, what? Even if you use box mix, let's just say you use boxed cake mix, you can make it a bit better by substituting some of the ingredients for it, but like, it's just much easier just to make a whole ass cake than it is to like make a single mediocre cake in a cup. You know what I mean? Been seeing it a lot lately. Yeah, like there's been a spike in that recently. It's always been a thing like back in the years, but like there's definitely been a spike in it. And also I've noticed there's a spike in people who don't know how to cook. Or it's like, it's more like, it feels like people who don't know how to cook or don't know how to do things have been given internet access. That's the issue. So we're seeing a lot more dumb people because more dumb people have access to technology to let us know that they're dumb. Like that woman who has a lemon tree and her friend was asking her why she was buying lemons from the grocery store when she has a tree that literally grows lemons outside her house, and she's like, what, you just go out and pick a lemon? Like, don't you need to do something with it first before you can use it? And her friend gave her that, you know, that dead ass look. I would too if I was in that boat. I would be like, I will take the lemon tree if you're not gonna do that. I'd be like, oh, you need to do something with those lemons? Yeah, you can give them to me. I'll do something with them and I'll just, you know, use them. It's all good. You can keep buying lemon juice. Like, I'm not gonna say no to free lemons. But yeah, I can't understand people, how somebody came to that wild conclusion of like, I can't use the lemons on my lemon tree because they need to be treated somehow. Like, what's the reason for your lemon tree? A decoration? Like, and even so, like, wouldn't you look up how to treat these lemons if you needed to treat them? Like, you just have free lemons outside. You're wasting money buying juice that's definitely not as fresh as it could be. Ugh, I'm getting heated over people being dumb. Like, this is like kindergarten levels of knowledge. And it drives me insane thinking that there are people out there who just choose to refuse to learn anything. I think another reason is because we do have a lemon tree in our backyard. It's been there since I was a kid. And it's by far the most used tree in our backyard. Heck, I'm using the lemons that I'm drinking for my lemon tea are from that lemon tree. My dad has a big harvest of lemons and he'll squeeze them all out into like a soft drink bottle, like those really big Coke bottles. And then he will freeze it and only bring it out to like get what he needs and then put it away. And it lasts for ages too, doing it that way. But yeah, we have tons of lemons. You could fill up a whole big large Coke bottle with lemon juice. yeah, I don't know how to cook much myself, so I had to find recipes on YouTube, but I've got tasty burger recipes and good ones for milk preps or breakfast hot pockets. Yeah, but it's also like you go out and look for these things. It's not like you're just making stuff up on the spot. Because I've seen some people where they'll just come up with some recipe and they're like, this is my favorite meal, and it's like half uncooked rice or something like that with boiled chicken. I'm just like, Turns out my first burger attempt without a grill caused the apartment, because the apartment made us get rid of ours, was missing a lot more seasoning. Yeah. And you learnt from that, I assume. And now you put more seasoning in your burgers. I'm not going to assume you just don't do that and just keep eating unseasoned burgers. Like a rational human being. Half uncooked rice, oh my god. Yeah, it was like some video I saw where the rice was like so undercooked. Like it didn't even look like rice, it looked like just the rice grains. And they'd like boiled them or something like that, and they didn't. It was like if they went a bit further and just added some things, they could have got a congee out of it, and that's like an actual meal, but it was not. It really wasn't. Like when somebody comments on your rice being crunchy, you should be concerned. The only time rice should be crunchy is if you have it cooked in a stone pot and you get like that, the layer of rice around the edges where it's like crunchy, like fried rice sort of thing. Not fried rice, I would say it's like, I don't know how to describe it. Crispy, like a crispy rice cracker. When it's like that, understandable for it to be crunchy. Oh, I didn't know the cloth could jump up the cliff too. Half uncooked rice, yeah. We also added brown butter and slathered it in the raw egg before cooking. Now apparently adds a lot of flavor to the burger. Ah, interesting. But, yeah, I mean, butter is a pretty great flavor enhancer. You're adding milk fats to food. And it's delicious. But yeah, I think learning how to cook, even if you... Oh! Yes, finally! Look at him! It's taken so long, but we finally have him. Look how blue he is, it's so great. Look how pretty he is. Finally, you are mine. Oh, dive ball. Because he blew. But yeah. Like I was saying before, learning how to cook is definitely important. For survival reasons, and I guess for people who are interested in romantic reasons or something dumb like that. But like, I mean, people are going to be much happier with you if you know how to cook some decent stuff. Heck, I mean, the reason I learned to bake and do a lot of dessert making was because we didn't have much of the desserts around our house. Our parents were not people who'd buy a lot of sweets, you know, like candies and chips and stuff like that. Especially sweets, and I was a big sweet tooth. So I decided to come up with the logic of if I made sweets, then I could eat sweets. And then it just evolved from there, really. Alrighty. Finally, you've got the cloth after so long. Look how pretty he is. He's so blue. I love him so much. I don't think I checked he had a mark. He does not have a mark. But we have him, so that's all that matters. Let's see. I like better, healthier food. Honestly, I need the energy. Massive car accident happened outside your window. Oh, did you see it, or did you just seen the aftermath of it? Love sweets too much. And also learning how to make... Yeah, making desserts that you don't get around here, too, is another big thing. Aftermath, right. Yeah, that road is certainly something. I remember when we went over to your place for D&D, we went to go buy lunch, and somebody, I guess, cut off another guy or something like that, and the guy just punched his fist into the horn and just, like, bled it for, like, 5 seconds, and we're like, dang, dude. I live on that busy street, but I was on the balcony having sushi. Was like 8 cop cars. Holy heck. That must have been serious. Alrighty, let's also... I know this is a bit off topic considering things, but yeah. 2 fire trucks and an ambulance. Man, it must have been something fiercely serious if it's like that. Ah, actually, let me double check how much sandwich time we left. We have 18 minutes, so I'm going to pause the game here so I can keep it. Cloth is marked off. I don't have any rock types I know off the top of my head, so I'm going to take a quick gander. Can't get Stone Journal, that's Scarlet only. Roly-Coly is one option. Lichen, well, Rock Ruff is another option if I needed more of those. Actually, I should just look up real quick. Made a cake for a streamer's 3rd anniversary. The idea was good, but the execution came out not so great. It's the thought that counts, you know? Right outside the Macca's? Oh. Yeah, that would be a bit of a loaded location. Hello there, Jonathan. Good to see you. We just caught Cloth. So I'm just currently looking up another rock type so we can use the rest of this sandwich. We could possibly go to that location that we caught the Score Villain at, because Lycanroc shows up there, and that skips the whole evoing. But I believe it's the middle of the day, so it's going to be the daytime form that will spawn up here. If we come here at other times of the day, obviously other types will be here. Technically, we could get the Dusk one to show up, but the Dusk only shows up for like 10 minutes or something like that, so there's a good chance that it will most likely not happen. Alright, so it should be... Yep. Gonna pause the timer again. While I quickly switch up the icon really quickly. Actually, yeah. We have 18 minutes, so I should switch it. Gen 7... Lycanroc. We'll just grab the midday form. Big doggo. But yeah, we're just doing some shiny hunting today, Jonathan. Just a chill stream. Because normally I'd be working, but day off today. And since I'm going to be at the doctor's tomorrow, I can't stream tomorrow. This ain't Wiglet. We're gonna use up the rest of the sandwich, shorty. I'm not gonna waste 18 minutes of a sandwich. Don't worry, we're gonna do the Wiglet. Relax. Doctor's is like 15 minutes. You can stream. I could, but I usually have other things to do in the afternoon on Thursdays, so even if I do stream tomorrow, it'll most likely be just a 2-hour stream. And I managed to get the doctors at 8 in the morning. And then my usual weekly checkup for something else in the afternoon at around 3 o'clock. But yeah, the dog we're looking for is blue. All 3 forms go blue, just different colors of blue. But yeah, we'll see, because if it's too inconvenient for me, or I have to go out and go grab medication as well, that might do things. Plus, I'm happy that I'm able to stream just a whole day today. I used to stream Monday, Wednesday, But then work started wanting me to be there multiple days more. Now I can't stream on Wednesdays anymore. And even Thursdays is a bit of a bit of an issue to stream on. Because I've got weekly appointments for health reasons, which I will not delve too much into. But at least I still have the Monday and the Saturday streams, so it's still good. So I'm not completely bummed out about not streaming Wednesday. And it's probably better I do it on Monday and Saturday. Just because for the Americans it'd be like, what, Friday and Sunday? Or there'd be at least a bit more convenient times than in the middle of the week where a good chunk of people would either be at school or like be at work. So yeah, after this sandwich ends, we'll do another Wiglet hunt because Shorty wants us to do it. And then I could try Tandemaus. Or I could go for Tinkertuff. But the fact we got 3 out of the last few Pokemon that we're after is still really, really exciting. There's obviously a bunch of other Pokemon in this game that I still have yet to catch. But it's still progress, and progress is always good. Wish I could join more, but my work schedule's pretty random and around this time most days. Yeah. It's totally understandable. I do see that there's a good chunk of people who watch my streams after I stream. Which I am thankful for. All those VOD watchers. But, yeah. And also moving stuff to take care of now. Yeah. So, I'm not... Don't worry, it's not like I'm offended that you can't come to see my stuff live. I'm just always happy to see some people just drop by and say hello. It also helps when I need to, like, talk about stuff too. If there's just, like, even a slight conversation, it definitely does help keep the ball rolling. I wish I was better like, some of those YouTubers who could just, like, or, like, even streamers who could just grab a conversation out of thin air and just start going on with it. For me, sometimes I'm like, yep, here's a conversation, and then I'm like, well, that's all I can think of on the conversation. And it sort of just dies off there. Because surprisingly, I'm an introvert, so I don't get out and see wild stuff every day. Like, the only interesting thing I could say that happened yesterday... Sorry, dropped my keyboard. It's impressive that you managed to put 2 emotes when you dropped your keyboard. Unless it's the 36 plus, which is just as impressive, because I'm pretty sure you had to use shift to hit plus. But yeah, the only interesting thing, mildly interesting thing, that I did see yesterday was just when I was driving back home and I saw a spider crawl over my dashboard. And that was a little anxiety-inducing. Thankfully it was only just a teeny little spider. Nothing like a huntsman. Those things have caused accidents in vehicles. No, there's another pad, it has a plus at the bottom. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was thinking more of the shift one where you in the main part of the keyboard. Still impressive that 36 plus was written with that. Oh! There it is! I almost missed it. I decided to quickly backtrack. How often do spiders show up for you over there? We do get a couple of, like, tiddly little itty bitty spiders here and there. actual big spiders, thankfully not too many around my house. But at my workplace, yes. They have a lot of those daddy long leg spiders. And there's a lot of spider web everywhere. And you're just like, yeah. Alrighty. I can choose to go get another rock rough, maybe? Let's see how much time do I have on the sandwich. 10 minutes still, that's pretty good. Because if I stay here right now, it's obviously gonna just always be this particular one. Oh, this one has a mark. The sociable is an uncommon mark. I like how the uncommon mark is one of the more common marks. But yeah, shiny lichen rock. It's a nice shiny, to say the least. 2 blue shinies in a row. Right, I guess we'll go over to Rockruff because while we can't get the own tempoed Rockruff, we can at least get, if we get one more, we could possibly evolve it at nighttime to get the last form. There we go, blue dog. So apparently they just spawn on this route. Just this road here. Okay. This is the furthest I can zoom the camera out. It was actually, I think, somewhere around this road that I ended up finding the shiny Rockruff the first time I found a shiny. It was a full odds one. Okay, they don't seem to spawn up this high. Maybe just stay back there. But yeah, thankfully we do not get... The biggest spiders are obviously the huntsmans. Blech. I'm not gonna think about it. I thought about a huntsman a bit too long and made my skin crawl. Ugh. Like, imagine a spider the size of your hand. Well, like, if you have like the palm of your hand is like the sort of like the general size of the spider, and it has just long legs and it's hairy. Bleh. And they can get really big too. Usually they're about the size of your, like, your palm of your hand. I heard there's a new species out there that's even more deadly. Huntsmen aren't terribly deadly, they just get annoyed with you. The problem is that they're big, hairy, and just like, they can hide between bark because their bodies were made to hide, like, between bark piece, the bark coming off the tree and, like, obviously the tree trunk. So they can flatten themselves really, like, far. And they like to jump. So that's kind of like what huntsmen are. They're not venomous, per se. They actually eat other spiders that are much more dangerous. But the issue is that huntsmen are big, and they're hairy, and they jump. And that usually is the reason people get into accidents, because if a huntsman's in a car and it jumps on you, there's a good chance you're going to freak out. Like, I would say like 90% of the time, unless you are like totally okay with spiders, or you know the spider's there and you're like totally fine with it. Like, if I saw a huntsman in my car while I was driving, I would try to pull up and then just dip out of the car. And if you kill them and release more of their babies, I don't know about the huntsman specifically. Probably not, unless you know it's a pregnant one, but most of the time, no, they don't just spawn babies. Usually you'll just see a huntsman hanging on the corner of your roof and like your ceiling, and then they'll vanish. Whoa, what the? Why'd that trigger? I was nowhere near that. But yeah, if you're talking about a spider that's more deadly, I guess we could talk about the alpha funnel webs that they've discovered recently, I think a couple of months ago. So, funnel web spiders are like stupidly dangerous with their, you know, and they're very venomous too. In fact, we have like a particular group of people who will actually catch funnel webs in order to milk them to get their venom so we can make more anti-venom. You actually get a lot of money for it too, but the problem is that they're very small spiders, so they're hard to see, and like I said earlier, they're incredibly venomous. Hello, Rat Scratch, good to see ya. We're just talking about dangerous spiders in Australia while we shiny hunt. But yeah, apparently a couple of months ago, people found a big version of a funnel web that nobody had seen something that big. So, you know, like in Pokemon, they have alpha Pokemon? That's kind of what this funnel web is. It's an alpha funnel web, so it's like twice the size of a regular funnel web. Are there any non-dangerous spiders in Australia? Oh yeah, plenty. Like the day long legs are totally harmless. They can bite you, but their fangs are so delicate that they most likely will break their fangs trying to bite you. Apparently day long legs are kind of dangerous, but it's because their fangs are so delicate they can't puncture human skin, so they can't even do anything to us. They're kind of dangerous by the fact that they're dangerous to other spiders because they can eat other spiders. But yeah, there's plenty of non-dangerous spiders. It's just we obviously have to keep an eye out for the dangerous ones because, like, the dangerous ones would wreck you. Oh, it's dusk at the moment. I wonder. We have 5 minutes on the sandwich. Why not? Let's take a chance. Let's see if we'll make it back in time. But yeah, like, don't worry. The more dangerous spiders, you'd have to go out into the bush and, like, go touch every dangerous spider to really get hit by really dangerous spiders. Okay. There's a bunch of dusk lichen rock. There's a chance that a shiny might pop up in the 5 minutes we have left, so I'm, you know, gonna give it a try. And that would, if we do manage to find the shiny here, that would actually cut down our needing to Masuda method one, essentially. But dusk doesn't last long. But yeah, the conversation about the spiders started up because I saw a small spider run across my dashboard as I was driving. Rat Scratch. It just gave me a mild, like, anxiety pump because I didn't notice it, and I just saw this thing, you know, like the Guardian music playing in your head. It's like, as it ran across the board, and I was like, ugh. Thankfully, it was running to the opposite side of the car, into the passenger side, so... And it wouldn't harm you, it was a small spider, but it was just the sudden movement that startled me. Heck, I'm pretty sure there's a spider in our regular car because I use my auntie's car to drive to work, so my dad can use his own car. But I'm sure in my dad's car that there is definitely a spider in there somewhere because I can see spider web being built every so often. It's like a thread or two, but it's mostly on the outside in the window mirrors. Thankfully, but it's not. It wouldn't be a big spider. Probably a tiny itty bitty one that we can't see. That's why I can keep getting away with doing this. That's probably what's happening here. Wonder if it's classified night yet. I guess once the other form of lichen rock starts popping up, we'd know for sure. I still have like the event gifted dusk lichen rock from Sun and Moon. It was a rather cool event, to say the least. That's actually now thinking about those games, there is a shiny in that game, which is intriguing, because technically we can get a yep, now they switched over. Yeah, didn't even last 3 minutes. So you can see how difficult it is. think dusk only lasts technically 5 minutes, but we can catch it earlier and on. So you're going to see how hard it is to get the lichen rock for that particular form. I believe you can date skip times, but I don't want to do that. It sounds more fiddly. So I think I'd rather just hatch the lichen rock. Hatch the rock ruff, I should say. Right, and if Shawnee is still here, we're about to go do the Wiggler hunt. Because he wants me to do the Wiglet hunt. Why I say Wiggler? Wiggler's a Mario character. The Wiglet hunt. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. We're already, like, most of the way through March. It feels like March just blazed on by. I haven't had much time to relax at all during March. But I guess I did get sick for 2 weeks. Actually, now that I think about it, that means I've been sick the entirety of March. Like, March was completely spent, like, me being ill. No wonder it felt like it went so fast, because I wasn't feeling well. At least the weather's starting to cool down. Because, like, yeah, one of those nights when I was sick was so... it was humid and hot. I couldn't sleep at all. Especially when you got, like, a blocked nose and your throat is itching and such. Not ideal sleeping conditions, to say the very least. Right. Alrighty, let's try this Wiglet hunt again. Actually, we're really close to the beach. We can just fly there. Change that. Alrighty, here we go. Got that gimme go. But that rock sandwich was pretty pretty good. 2 shinies on the sandwich. Alright, let's get to it. Back to Wiglet. So for those who weren't here at the early part of the stream and got to witness me catch a Wug Trio 2 minutes into making the sandwich, hopefully we can get Wiglet this time. Hopefully I have enough ingredients. I'm starting to run low on some ingredients. I might have to do a quick run over to a different place. Okay, that's my last spicy, so I'm gonna have to use the other method to make stuff. The one that allows me to use any Herba Mystica. Don't worry, I'm not losing my mind yet. I realize something that I was talking about that boss fight we did in Mario and Luigi. Essentially, that boss fight took as long as a sandwich lasts. Right, here we go. Please, game, give me the water type. I think I saved before I did this too. Problem is, it is getting close to the end of the stream, so like my brain is not going to be working as overtime as it was before. Okay. Thankfully, this is a pretty easy spotted shiny. That helps immensely. But yeah, there's not too many water types left for me to get, I think, just besides some starters. Honestly, thank goodness, because water type is probably the hardest one to get a lot of mons in due to how packed the water type pool is. I think today's been a good shiny hunting session though. I mean, I've crossed off like 4 mons off my list. That I really wanted, and then like a couple of extra of like, oh, that's also handy as well. Like getting that extra Tepig. I will have to evolve the Tepig at some point. So many mons, yeah. I will have to evolve the Tepig. I just haven't decided whether I will. I guess it will evolve into Pignite. Because it's just a regular Tepig, no marks, and then whatever the next one is, maybe go for Embor. But yeah, I think we only had like one phase, which was the Wug Trio at the very beginning, and everything else we've caught. I guess Cyclizard we didn't catch anything, but overall, a majority of the mons we caught have actually contributed to the actual decks. Has the TGC had anything interesting going on since I stopped playing it after a while? The app like Pocket or the actual TGC card game? Because I know Pocket's still doing stuff. Pocket has decided that they're finally going to fix trading, in a way. Oh, I'm surprised that procced without using exclamation mark. Well, I thought I needed to have the exclamation mark. Cool. I'll have to double check that and see why that's doing that. But at least I now know that if you just do something, it procs it. Ah, that might be how Crescent had the thing do for the whenever you type a certain word, it puts a emote instead. But in terms of Pocket, I believe they said they're finally going to change trading so that you can use Shine Dust for trading. And everyone's like, oh, that will make trading much easier. And then they were like, we'll have this implemented by, what was it, late autumn. And everyone got really upset about that immediately. Because that's all the way at, basically they're saying, we'll fix trading and it'll be fixed around December this year. And December is a very long time away, if they hadn't noticed, so some people were like, really? It's going to take that long to wait? But other than that, I think the trading is not, we need more money first. Yeah, who knows what they're doing, but thankfully the trading is not too difficult, it's just that it's hard to do when you don't know what the other person wants. So thankfully we've been using the Discord over on the Alchemists channel just to ask people, hey, what cards do you need? And we got a couple of trades over, but it's slowed down again because, I mean, the problem is that you need to have the card. You need to have the same card of a similar rarity, which can make it a little bit difficult to trade certain cards. Ended up giving it and spending way too much on a pizza delivery. Them's the breaks, I guess. Hopefully it's a good pizza. I know yesterday I had a grilled cheese sandwich because I decided to make one. I saw it because someone made a grilled cheese sandwich to go with a tomato soup, and I thought, man, a grilled cheese sounds good. I didn't have the ingredients to make a tomato soup anyways, so I was just like, yeah, that sounds good. It was, the video was because of, what was it? There's a guy on YouTube, I think he does YouTube Shorts. Because, I mean, YouTube Shorts, as much as I don't like the brain rot side of it, there are still a very effective way to get really quick recipes. But there's a guy, I think he's known for, like, seeing people make a recipe and then make a very bare bones version of that recipe. Or, like, the tired college student's version of this recipe sort of thing. And it doesn't obviously look exactly the same as whatever the other recipe is, because most of the time he's, like, winging it, or, like, doesn't put as much attention to certain aspects of the prep. Or doesn't have the, like, the required equipment. Like, one of the ones he wanted to make some sort of cream cake, and he didn't have an electric whisk, so he just did it by hand really quickly, and because of that the cake wasn't as fluffied, I guess to say, because it didn't have the volume from the air you whisk in with an electric beater. Like, you could easily do it with well, I shouldn't say easily, you can do it with a hand whisk, but you'd want to have, like, arms of steel to do that. I'd love a grilled cheese, but I'm out of bread and cheese. Oof, man. Sounds like someone needs to do a shopping trip at some point. Bread's super important. I think you mentioned you were out of something else too, so... I know I have to go do some shopping after stream at some point. I want to go get, I gotta go get cherries, canned cherries. Not canned, jarred cherries. Jarred cherries. And I think I need... Might have to double check I got enough sugar. Oh, actually, should I check? I should check I've got enough canola oil. I might not have enough. And then, I guess, thick cream. I need to get that too. Gotta go through all my other food first. Gotcha. No, it always doesn't hurt to write down a list of what you need, so when the time comes to go pick up stuff, you can just be like, here we go, and get everything in one hit. But yeah, I need to get some ingredients for my cake making. Gonna make a chicken stir fry. Ah, yes. A chunky chicken stir fry. Does sound good though. I know, I think my mum made a potato salad recently. I should probably eat some of that. For a second I thought one of the weasels out there was shiny. Lol, my typing is devolving. You did mention that you are tired, so I'm not gonna blame you for that. Four ambulances is a hit and run. Ugh, that's always the worst, isn't it? I've been out there watching. I imagine you're just sitting on your balcony just watching it all unfold. And the fact that it's got a lot of ambulances might mean it was a pretty serious one too. Man, we've been having a lot more hit and runs nowadays, I feel like. Yeah, man, the store didn't have the cheese for stuffed crust, so they decided to give me a dessert. Interesting. I mean... Wait, it's a pizza place. How does it not have enough cheese? Well, I guess stuffed crust has, like, a different type of cheese that they use for that, but still. I mean, free dessert. So much for cutting sugar. I mean, you were already going with a pizza. I think it's alright. You can call this a slight cheat day. Yeah, get enough amount of sun on my balcony, watered my plants. Yeah. Sounds good. I should probably check on my plants too. I think they're okay. I think one of them was a little droopy, but it's gotten its water. Use string cheese, yeah, because it like the shape is great. Because there's mozzarella too. Did they at least get you to choose this dessert? Got aphids on one of my shrubs. So, yeah. Oh, you chose a brownie. Nice. Yeah, aphids are awful. Like, you think you're like, oh, that's an aphid, and then suddenly you'll end up with like a coat of aphids, and you're like, where'd these all come from? I remember finding a bush or something like that, and I saw an aphid, and I moved like a leaf, and then it had like 20 aphids down the line. I was like, man, it's infested with them. Thankfully, we haven't had any of those type of pest problems recently. The sun is currently the biggest issue. Yeah, man, I go on my balcony, check my plants nearly every day. I came out yesterday and the entire plant was white, like... Miss taking care of plants. Have none now. Saw someone's plants next to their window at a pitch and I thought it looked really nice. Now I want plants again. Sprayed them yesterday, washed them off today. That's good. Yeah, I have my own set of flowers and plants and stuff at where I live. For me, I like growing succulents. Succulents are some of the easiest things to grow. Like, you'd have to try really hard to kill off a good chunk of succulents. Some of them are just never seem to die the way if you just give them the bare minimum. But, I do grow a couple of flowers. I have some snapdragons growing. Some cosmoses. Overwater them. Yeah, you can accidentally overwater them. Thankfully mine's are doing okay. Even in this heat. What I really need to do though is give them a bit of a soil change. I could really use one. But there was what was it? I know my dad, he grows vegetables. Like he has a veggie patch. We have a lemon tree, a mandarin tree. We have some blueberry bushes. He grows a lot of tomato. I think he has one chili plant currently. A bunch of herbs of stuff. He grows potatoes as well. And Jerusalem artichoke is currently growing really big in our house. The plant is actually flowering at the moment, so it has these big giant like plants with these bright yellow flowers on it. Because I guess for those who don't know what a Jerusalem artichoke is, it's sort of like a cross between like it's like a root, similar to like a potato, a bit more crunchy. And they grow pretty well, but they can be somewhat expensive to buy, which is funny because I think my dad saw, it was when my sister worked at Harris Farms, which is a food store, and she was working there for a little while and she mentioned about Jerusalem artichokes and he wanted to get his hands on some because he thought it was just interesting. And then when he saw them, they were like expensive for like 6 in a little tiny pallet, like a tiny little one. And he was like, okay, well, why don't I try and grab this pallet and see if I can grow it? And now he like harvests like a stupid amount of them. Like they grow super easy. He went from 6 little ones to like 3 buckets full of them. And if you miss one, they just keep growing from that one that you missed as well. they're a good replacement for like potatoes as well, because I think they have a lot less certain parts of potatoes, so they're like a healthier version of. Do you think spider lilies would be hard to grow? I do not know, to be honest. I don't think I've ever really seen spider lilies around here. I only see them in fiction, to be honest. I actually am not sure if they are hard to grow. I think they're a pretty flower, but you have to remember that they only flower and then they immediately lose. The whole lore about them is like the leaves don't grow when the flower does, and the flower doesn't grow when the leaves do. I do not know if they're poisonous. Maybe that's a fire lily I'm thinking about. I know fire lilies are poisonous. But yeah. I guess it all depends on like where you live as well. Like certain flowers will just be harder to grow than others. Oh, that's a rare spawn. I don't think I've seen Ursa ring down here. I'm just gonna stand up and stretch because I'm starting to shrimp. Ugh. I don't know if I could really do a stream standing up because my mic is like way down there, so it'll probably sound very echoey. I'm just gonna stand up for a little while. Had a good bamboo plant for 2 years, but eventually it died, but kept the little pot it came in because it was well made. Yeah, far away. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm back. I just needed to do a quick leg stretch because my legs were starting to feel a little cramped. It's always good to stretch, or you'll end up all tight-runged like I am. Bamboo is also another plant that's pretty hard to kill. Obviously it does a lot better, I think, outside of a pot, but you have to put some effort to kill a bamboo. Well, and a lot of people joke about that bamboo is one of the harder plants to kill because it's so easy to grow. But it's also the plant that I think my mum's side of the family... I think my mum has mentioned that her side of the family just cannot take care of plants. Like, they can sort of, but like... Apparently one member has killed a bamboo, which is crazy. And I think my mum has killed some plants, which I'm just like, how on earth did you take those out? Like, there's no way. My sister killed hers in 2 months from lack of care and over sunlight exposure. Yeah. My mum is a similar case where she'll buy a plant and forget it. She bought a plant and the person who gave it to her literally said, oh, this is a pretty hardy plant. It should be pretty well easy to keep. Yeah, it's currently dead now. Like, it did grow for a while, but I noticed it's starting getting really thin and stuff. I think it needed to be planted in the ground rather than in a pot. Oh, message failed to send again. How did you survive to adulthood? A plant and a human are two different things, I'd like to say. I know she wasn't there for a little chunk of my childhood due to being in the hospital. But, you know, I lived. I'm fine. Mostly. Earlier said, do 20 jumping jacks redeem when he was standing up. No, I'm not gonna do 20 jumping jacks. That was one of my very joke thoughts of doing that. Was that Ring Fit Adventure? I thought that would be a funny thing to do on a stream, but I'm pretty sure doing something like that would kill me because you could only do it on short streams. And also, I don't know how to do the microphone sort of thing. But I did enjoy a little bit of Ring Fit Adventure that I played. I definitely should try it again and actually finish the game. I hate me, Twitch. Are you using mobile for it or just the computer? Yellow Snot Wiglet. Yeah, I know, Wiglet's still refusing to shine. Computer, gotcha, gotcha. So I know mobile tends to be a bit iffy. Threaten them. How much time do we have? Yeah, we're almost out of the sandwich already. I'm just also baffled that even if it wasn't Wiglet, just like the sandwich has been rather fruitless because not even any of the other Pokemon that have spawned here are doing that. Game just doesn't want me to get Wiglet today, I guess. We have enough time to do 2 more sandwiches today. I might do the Tandem Mouse one another time. We'll see, because I only have like, let's see, 2 more Wiglet Sammies. I do want to hunt for other things too. But yeah, I have enough time for 2 more sandwiches. And I still haven't hunted Tandem Mouse or Tinkertuff as well. I think everything else we've at least hunted once today. And I'm not terribly in the mood to do Tandem Mouse because it's a bit of a hard shiny to see. So we might do 1 Tinkertuff sandwich, and then maybe we will go back here and do 1 more Wiglet sandwich. I should have enough cucumber, I think, for 1 more water type sandwich. I'll have to restock on ingredients at some point. But to be honest, it might change due to the fact that I ran out of spicy Herba Mystica, so I might have to do the Quaquaval raid off stream, try and grind up some stuff. Because yeah, I'm out of sandwich ingredients. Might have to grind off stream for some stuff. Because I could really use with more salty Herba Mystica, because at least with salty you can just like skip most of the ingredients and only need 1 ingredient for that, which saves a lot of ingredients and saves a lot of time. But yeah, I'd have to do that off stream. I feel kind of bad for the Wiglet line, I gotta admit. Because when I first saw Wiglet and realized it's based off those really cute garden eels, I was somewhat excited, and then apparently I saw Wugtrio and I was like, okay, understandable, but it feels a bit like a step back. I don't know why. Maybe it's the coloration being vibrantly different that was a bit weird. But I think the big thing was that I think somebody like looked up its stats and were like, you wouldn't want to use this in battle. It does nothing. I don't know, I think I prefer the gold over the blue Wug trio. I also love the implication that just rocks are spawning on the beach and just they just go dip into them. What's your favorite Pokemon? The hardest question ever asked, always. From which gen? Who knows? Your mom. Yeah, I like my mom too, thankfully. I have a good relationship with her. I'm a big fan of Latios. I think it's my favorite legendary. But it's always a hard question. There's like 1,000 Pokemon to choose from. It's very hard to say what my definitively favorite is. But it's definitely my favorite legendary whenever anyone asks about what's your favorite legendary. Look at this. Got itchy. But yeah, like, the thought is that ZA is probably going to introduce a couple more Pokemon, maybe. So, I wonder... I saw somebody talking about Gen 10 or something like that, and I was like, why are you guys talking about that so soon? We've only just got this gen. I'm pretty sure this is Gen 9. We've only just got this gen, so... mine's is always Ninetales, just don't ask me which form of Ninetales. Oh, like Alolan or regular. I think they're both pretty good. I think I prefer regular Ninetales slightly over the Alolan though. Simply because I think shiny Ninetales is just a better shiny compared to Alolan. Alolan's not bad, but I think I just prefer the shiny of the Silver Fox design of the regular one. Tropius is my boy. Yeah, I do know about that one. We do have a Tropius for our mono grass run too, because it's our only means of flying in that game for now. Because we don't have any other flying types. I think, where were we up to? We're up to Lily Cove, I think, at the moment. We've got to do the Team Magma hideout. I'd prefer the Straight Tails more, but I like the Arctic Fox colors of Alolan. Yeah, I like, I think I prefer Alolan Vulpix over regular Vulpix. I think the white colors are quite cute, like the Snow Fox design. But yeah, they're both very solid designs. So, they definitely have that going for them. I think a lot of the Alolan mons are pretty solid in designs, to say the least, of like the Alolan variants. I'd even probably say that I prefer most of the Alolans over the Galarians. Like, there are some good Galarian forms, but I think Alola was a lot more solid. And Paldea, was kind of hoping there was more Paldean forms. But, I mean, Paldean, Wooper, and Clodsire are cute. Tauros is Tauros. I don't really care too much about regular Tauros enough for, like, to be excited about the other three forms. But it's kind of crazy that there's, like, 3 other forms of Tauros. Yep, I think the sandwich is a dud. Not a single shiny on this one. Alright, so I guess we try for Tinkertuff and then maybe one more Wiglet sandwich. I'm not going to do 2 Wiglet sandwiches. Yeah, he's being very persistent in not showing up. And like, it doesn't help that it's like there's always 4 Wiglets that spawn here and not a single one has done anything either. Part of me is worried that a shiny might have popped up, but it's like in the water, like out there where I can barely see it. Alrighty, I don't remember if I saved after this, so I'll just count my losses with the sandwich. Let me see. Oh! Crescent was asking about 4 swords. I'm gonna message her after stream, which is in about an hour. Crescent's looking for one more person to join so we can have all 4 people. Because I think Jaxie also wanted to do 4 swords. And it'd be easier for them to be together on the 4 swords thing because they do stream around similar times. Good old 4 words. Yep. Where was it that the Tinkertuff was at? Zappy Coco. But yeah, I've never played 4 swords, so I would be... I've played like a little bit of it, so I know how to play it. But I've never actually done like a full playthrough of the game because obviously I have no friends. Right. This shiny. At least it'll be a little easier to see than Tinkertink, but it's still not a strong shiny to see. Wow, the game lag was crazy. Game had to think for a minute. When words don't work, just add an S to the front of them to convince negotiations into your favor. I don't think that's how it works. Okay, good. This is gonna be a very chunky sandwich. So, 1 cucumber, 1 pickle, 3 tomatoes. I think that's how it works. And then any of the toppings, which we'll use sweet and sour. So hopefully this works. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Though I would say a salt and peppered tomato sandwich do sound good right now. But man, that's a lot of tomato. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that fell off. That is a monstrosity of a sandwich. But yeah, I do want to play Four Swords with Crescent. And it'll be nice to collab because I enjoy collabing because I can bounce discussions off people if I can actually hear them a lot more easily. And plus, Crescent does have a good chunk of like interesting stories because they work at I'm gonna fall asleep before this pizza gets here. Try to stay awake for the pizza. Actually, we'll see how this sandwich goes. If we don't find anything on it, I might call the stream because I don't know if I really want to do another sandwich if it's like 2 back-to-back sandwiches without any captures. Man, I miss being on streams with friends. It's been a while. Yeah. I haven't collabed for a little while as well. Except for like when we're doing the D&D stuff. The last actual collab I think I did was with Crescent doing what was it? Was it Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green Nuzlocking? Or it was like a Soul Link? It's a whiles back to say the least. I don't think I've really collabed with Jaxie, so it'd be nice to. I just have to double check with audio related stuff because that's usually the thing I have trouble with. Okay, hopefully this works. This should be fairy sandwich. Oh, I just read here that mixing sour and sweet means it doesn't work. Nope, it worked. Oh no, wait, it said catching, didn't it? It didn't say encounter. Right? Yeah. So the fairy types won't spawn, it will just make it easier to catch them. That doesn't work. Yeah, I might make this the last sandwich. I'm wasting a lot of time trying to get the sandwich to work. Now they tell me that I can't put sour and sweet together. I have to use bitter. Yeah, I used to play a game called Distant with them. Distance, I got Prit. Pret? Hmm? Pretty good at it. Currently second at speedrunning it. Ah, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Do I have Ultra Ball? Yeah, I do. Alright, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Has to be sweet and bitter. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get more ingredients off stream, honestly. Actually, press enter. Pizza's here, no worries. Lol, sandwich making panic shenanigans music. Yeah, these sandwiches are being a bit of a pain to make. Because apparently it was only after I finished making this abomination of a sandwich that I found out that you can't put sweet and sour Herba Mystica together because it just gives you catching power. We don't need catching power, we need encounter power. Just received a video of my sister showing me their doggo with their ears tied behind their head. Because they have very long ears. So to prevent it getting into their food. Tied it up with a scrunchie. Okay, title encounter sparkle. Perfect. That was a lot of tomato that we consumed in that short while. Alrighty, we're looking for Tinkertuff. Tinkertuff's body doesn't really change, but the mallet does, so it's a lot easier to see. Wow, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen their doggo. They haven't visited in a little while. It's just time schedules and all that. But their doggo loves our house. She got very excited to see us all. Would be fun to see you and Crescent do a Soul Link Nuzlocke. Yeah, we did that years ago, I believe. But I don't believe either of us have the VOD anymore. Crescent isn't much into Nuzlocking, that's the thing. So I don't know if they would be on board to do another one of those Nuzlocks. But I know they're doing more Pokemon related challenges and stuff like that. Darn, I would have liked to seen it. Yeah, it was fun. We had some shenanigans of like Crescent getting a Lugia at the beginning of the game and being excited and then realizing that Lugia had no attacking moves for like until like level 20. So they ended up we ended up losing immediately. Stuff like that, because we were doing Gen 3 Fire Red and Leaf Green, so, and it was a randomizer, and those games do not have great movesets, that's for sure. Don't enjoy Pokemon games, but enjoy seeing Nuzlocks. Yeah, I've done a couple of Nuzlocks here and there, but I think I did an Omega Ruby randomized one on stream a couple of years ago. I didn't save anything from that. And I did a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon randomizer, which I definitely should not have done as quickly as I did, because I jumped into that like randomizing abilities and movesets, and that made it one of the hardest runs I've ever done. Getting Draco Mediated by Clefairies on floors, which I couldn't even see them because it's a room clearing screen thing. Yeah, that was not great. I'm pretty sure by the time we finished the game, like, I don't really have a video of it anymore. I have like a clip, I think I have, of us getting the Spinder Cafe winner thing, but I'm pretty sure from memory we got up to 100 deaths, like actual like game over, sort of like you get fainted in the dungeon, just from the sheer randomness of that game. I'd like to go back to it one day, but I probably won't randomize it as much as I did. And I know slowly but surely people are working on making new poses and stuff for some of the Pokemon in that game. Because there's obviously some custom poses that the starter Pokemon have. And people over on the Explorers of Sky randomizer have been making sprites for those. It's actually their I guess website, which you can also see on their Blue Sky. Their website is where I get most of the sprites for the stream avatars. Only the ones though that are official. I don't use any of the fan custom made ones, because I only use their website for that because they have the animations as well. Unlike in the Spriters resource, where they don't really have the animations in order, they just sort of place them on a sheet of all the sprites. So it makes it a little difficult to get the timing of certain animations and stuff. That's why I use the Explorers of Sky randos instead. But I know they have many fans making like new portraits or new animations for those things, which is great. And I know that they've even made some like custom like Pokemon that are like not from the original generations of Generation 1 to 4. But I am not going to be making any of the sprite avatars of those ones unless I have absolute permission from them. And they're not done either, so I don't want to rush that. I want to get the actual official sprites done. Because, I mean, I still have a lot of them to go. If I look at my thingy that I have on them, let me see. Yeah, I've only done like 30% of all the ones I want to do, and this is not counting like alternate forms and stuff, so I still have a long ways to go. Love to do a Kingdom Hearts randomizer. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people do Kingdom Hearts 2 as a random game. It's quite popular, to say the least. One thing I'd love to do with, I guess, a bunch of people like Crescent and a bunch of other streamers would probably be try out that Archipelago rando. There's a website called Archipelago, and you basically, what it does is it's a randomizer, but it's multiple different games at the same time. So the items are all randomized between games. The multi-game rando, yeah. That would be a very interesting one to do. Because I know there's a guy who does like those community events where he has like hundreds of people playing it. Even if it's like that, it would be really cool to do it as part of just like, not even just like rando in that case, like being able to randomize just between yourself, just like multiple different games would be cool. Though I'd probably be Link Death on there as well. Oh god, yeah, you can do that, I remember. I know you can set traps as well. But like, I don't know how many games I would be really good at for a rando. Like, part of me thinks like maybe Pokemon, but I do not know the locations of a lot of hidden items in Pokemon. Like, I've seen a lot of people do that, the Pokemon rando, and they just find all these hidden items, and I'm just like, where did you find all these? If it was like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, I can do that easily. Because I do those randomizers quite frequently. Heck, I want to do another run of that. Maybe, I might do another Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask run around my birthday. It depends, I'm running like several games at the same time, so I'm quite busy. So, randos have sort of been in the back of my mind. But I do enjoy a good, Zelda rando. I'd join in with Cage too. Yeah. I think with those big Archipelago randos, you definitely want to be a decently big streamer, I think, for those type of things, or have a good chunk of friends who can all work together, because I think the biggest issue, I would say, with those big randos, like the Archipelago randos, is that my knowledge on, like, Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, it takes me probably, I would say, 6 to 7 hours if I do with my normal settings, just getting through those games. And my worry would be that people getting, like, exhausted because of just time zones. Because I know, like, for example, some people who do come by my streams, they drop by and then they're like, oh, by the way, it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm like, okay. So you'd want to have it somewhat organized with people. Though I have seen, like, when the guy did that really big one, he was like, they had two particular people not show up because I think one person, some people cancelled, but one guy just legitimately overslept. And it was really inconvenient that he overslept because it turned out his file had a bunch of really important items, but he was like fast asleep. And he didn't arrive until like an hour late, so a lot of people were walled off for quite some time. Yeah, I'll have to talk with Crescent and see. But I don't know anybody else. I'm not that big with a lot of people who would play Four Swords. Because basically the Four Swords is the one that's on the Nintendo Switch Online. And yeah, they want to get like 4 people all playing instead of just 3 of us. That's why I think I made the joke about Triforce Heroes, because that's exactly 3 people. I thing is, like, I don't know. Another game I want to play with a bunch of people would be like the Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I mean, you can play that game solo. Nothing's stopping you from doing that, but it would be fun to try and play it with other people. But I don't think I really know too many people who are like big Kirby fans, like compared to me. I know Crescent has played a couple of Kirby games, but I wouldn't say Crescent's like an expert in Kirby games. I wouldn't say she's bad at them, but yeah, you know. Oh my god, I could never beat that one. I played it so much. Yeah. I've never played Amazing Mirror. So that's another reason I want to play it. There's a bunch of old Kirby games that are on the Nintendo Switch Online service. And I did say I was going to do that, just play through a bunch of those games. I know there's Nightmare in Dreamland, there's Amazing Mirror, the original Kirby, stuff like that. The spin-off games, I'm not sure if I'd play Kirby like Tilt and Tumble. I want to play Kirby 2 and 3 as well. People forget that Kirby 3 had a bad ending in that game. Though Kirby in the Crystal Shards also had a bad ending too. But I guess that was more... It's more well known, that particular ending. But I remember my friend playing Crystal Shards a lot in high school. And I wanted to play it. Well, now I can, I guess. I'm just gonna find the time to. Maybe once we finish Dragon Quest or Mario and Luigi, we'll go back to one of the Kirby games and play that. Because I do want to get through more of those 2 genres of games of like Dragon Quest and Mario and Luigi, but we don't want to burn out on them, so we'll take our time. Plus, the games that I want to play with those games, I have them as actual copies of games, so they're not going away anytime soon. What I'm excited for is Xenoblade X is coming out this week. I probably will not be streaming it. Simply because I will probably just get absorbed in that game. I want to play it at my own pace. That's the downside with like some games, like with, say, Brothership and Dragon Quest 3, is that I don't get to play them until stream. And also, I don't know how I'm going to explain X to anybody. Because X came out after Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and it's slightly connected, but at the same time it's not, and it might be connected because they added more story elements. But it's a big game. The Xenoblade games are all really big. As much as I'd love to stream all 4 games of like 1, 2, 3, and X, they would take up a good chunk of time, especially if I was doing these just 2 by 2 days. Yeah. Oh, and there's, nope. I'm not gonna say much more. I can think of so many games I want to play after I finish Brothership and Dragon Quest 3. Or even the ORAS games. Can't spoil everything, though. Too many games I want to play. Not enough time. I guess these games do feel a lot more extended because I'm playing them like, you know, one day sort of thing, like per week. So much to play, no time to do it. Yeah, pretty much. And even like once I finish doing Pokemon stuff, like ORAS stuff, I don't know what I'll do about the Thursday short stream. Oh my goodness, this place is experiencing every single weather condition possible. Though this apparent snowstorm is really good if you wanted to find marks. because there is the blizzard mark that you can find during this particular sort of weather condition. It has to be this sort of weather though. It can't just be snowing. I believe you just get the snowy mark if it's just regular snow. Though I have to say, I thought Jigglypuff and Wheelie-Tuff were supposed to be here, but they're not. It's just Tinkertuff. Not that I'm complaining, that's the one I want. Maybe it's further up the hill that it's Jigglypuff. Yeah, I'm feeling my energy level dip. So probably after this sandwich I'm going to call it. What's the shiny difference between this and the current Pokemon? So the Tinkertuff line, the belt skirt thing goes brown, but the more important thing is that the mallet goes brown. So the Pokemon itself doesn't change, it's the weapon it's holding that changes. And that is along the entire line. It's just hard to see with the image given in the Pokédex because they're holding the hammer behind them in the Pokédex, so it's a little hard to tell, but yeah. It's the big silver thing goes a rusty color. Rest will feel when you go. Yeah. I'm gonna take a good break and then get ready for the doctors tomorrow. Hopefully I'm able to get the antibiotics that I need and it just starts... I can stop being sick because it's really not fun. Just being like in other stream days I've had, it's just like if I even talk my throat starts to itch and then I start to cough. Thankfully I've only had 2 like major coughing breaks today. It's been relatively good. But yeah, while I'm feeling relatively good, it's just like, it's not going away completely, and I don't want to permanently be stuck just feeling yucky. So just gotta go to the doctors now. But I was surprised that they asked me to do a COVID test before I went in. Which I did. We had a kit somewhere and I was able to use it, and the answer was negative, which I really doubted it. I was pretty certain that I didn't have COVID, but I was just kind of surprised that they made me do it. Still got to do it in this day and age. But I have the photo evidence of the test and all that good stuff. The name of the COVID test also isn't very, what's the word? Difficult to do. I feel like the snow is lagging my game. But yeah, I doubted it was that. It's just, they just wanted to do it for formalities. Thankfully, no one in our family has gotten it recently. The only person who has is probably my sister, which I mean makes sense. She works as a nurse. And, you know, you're kind of stuck with some of the worst cases of people. I believe she ended up catching it like, what, 4 or 5 times? Which I'm just like, dang, that's really rough. Thankfully, each of the times she's caught it, it's been like, you know, not overwhelming for her, so I assume it's been rather mild. Because her body's probably more used to it, but yeah. Not fun to be sick so frequently. Oof, the one time I caught it was a bad cough from freaking mucus for like 6 months after. Yeah, thankfully when we caught it, it only lasted like a week or two and then that was over. We managed to avoid it for like most of the time when it first came out. It was just around maybe... I would say... Was it 2021 or something like that? It was like at least a whole year and the vaccines were all out and stuff like that. My mum ended up catching it from her workplace and then she immediately transferred it to us. I knew something was wrong, like, when I first caught it because I took a nap and immediately woke up to a sore throat. And I was like, that's really odd. Usually if I get a sore throat, it takes like overnight sort of thing. But it took less than a couple of hours, like after I was starting to feel a slight bit iffy, then all of a sudden I was just like, this burning sore throat, and I was like, I have never experienced something like this before. And then, yeah, I was just in a state of complete daze and tiredness afterwards. I remember being on a video call for my uni, and I was like, I have to drop out of this class for like, for today. I'm just too exhausted. And I explained I had COVID and stuff like that, and they're like, no worries, all the material will be here. And I was like, thanks. And then as soon as I'd like clicked the button to like disconnect from the call, I promptly passed out, which had never happened to me before. Bosses would mad at you for a while. It does suck, but yeah, 6 months being sick is rough. So I'm hoping what this isn't that I don't end up sick for like 6 months or even more than a month. It's not fun. Ten more minutes. Well, 11 technically, but do hope we find something at the very least. Tinker Tough is being a bit picky. But overall we found a decent amount of shinies today, didn't we? Yeah. I would say, you know, a single one, yeah. At least I think I prefer this over the Tinker Tink hunt. Because Tinker Tink's a lot smaller. And to tell, like, it's shiny, it's the rattle and, like, a gem in its chest. As long as it usually take for one to show up. Don't know, it just depends on my luck. And I wasn't expecting a raid, especially since I'm drawing close to the end of stream, but... Hello, raiders. Thank you so much for the quick raid, and... hope you are doing well. And this was a raid from Cozy Roots. Let me see if I can do a shout out to you real quick. There we go. Quick shout out to you. See, you're also playing Scarlet and Violet. Wasn't sure if you were ending or not. I saw you were running longer. Yeah. No worries, no worries. We're getting closer to the end. We've basically been doing some shiny hunting. For about 5-ish hours. And we've gotten some decent results from it. What were you doing over in Scarlet or Violet? Whichever the one. Love the V model. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. What were... Yeah, that's what you were doing too? Any good shinies that you got? Thank you so much for the follow. Now that you are following, you do get access to all the stream avatars from the Tamagotchi ones that I've made and the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon ones I'm making currently. I've been working towards getting the last few Pokemon from the Paldean, I guess the Paldean region. So anything that was introduced in Paldea. And we got quite a few, but a couple of ones we missed out on was the Wiglet refuses to shine for us, unfortunately, but we got some good ones that I'll show off just before I end stream. Nothing today, got Roltz, Rotom, and Dreepy last time. It's a shame, but it happens. Sometimes you get some a dry streak. Oh, you're also doing a shiny badge quest over in Pokemon Sapphire. How's that going? I've never tried a shiny only run before, I must admit, so I've been just doing a giant shiny dex in Pokemon Home, which I can show off really quickly. That's our current progress so far. Do you remember your first ever shiny? I absolutely do. It was in Pokemon Pearl in the Safari Zone. I didn't even know what shiny Pokemon were, and I ran into a shiny Badoo. And it is now a fully evolved Roserade sitting in Home. But I've been shiny hunting for quite a while now, using a variety of methods. That list is awesome. Yeah, it's a really great tracking website. You can even use it to track from particular games as well. So it's super handy for if you need to just track from like regular Pokemon for a living dex or even shiny Pokemon for a shiny dex. Whoa, your first shiny was Feebas? That's impressive. I'm guessing it was like an actual hunt too. It wasn't a random shiny, considering Feebas is a bit hard to find in that game. First was Zubat and Sapphire. Nice. Quickly look back on some of these messages. 2 full odds shiny so far. Shiny Trico and shiny Zubat. Shiny Trico's a good shiny. All the Hoenn shinies are pretty good. But I'm also very Gen 3 biased, so you know. Also a big Tamagotchi fan, so I love the avatars. Thank you so much. The Tamagotchi ones, the retro ones at the moment, actually I've made them into a pack on the Steam Workshop, so you can download them. I plan to put a link in my Twitch page at some point, and I've made some more modern ones, which I need to make into a pack as well. I was trying to find Feebas for the dex, it was full on shiny. Oh my goodness. That's even more exciting. It's like similar to like when you're trying to hatch eggs for a living dex or to catch some Pokemon, you get an egg first try. Gen 3 and 4 bias, so I get it. Yeah. But we caught a couple of Pokemon today, which is nice. This Tinkertuff unfortunately doesn't seem to want to join us in the little shiny hunt that we're getting. I only have a few more of the Paldean ones. Man, I love my shiny Tinkerton. Yeah, I think we do have Tinkerton because I evolved it. But I do need the middle evolution because I am doing a full living form dex in Home. So on my YouTube channel, I did a Home dex where I was trying to get an entirety of every Pokemon in Pokemon Home in order. And then after I finished that, I started working on a shiny dex. And that's what I'm currently working on very slowly. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's just... I just need the middle Evo right now. I think the one I evolved was from an outbreak. So it had a mark and I wanted it on there. Still have Milotic to this day, 15 years later. Yeah. And Milotic's a really good shiny too. And I would say it's probably easier to get as a Milotic in the newer games now, for sure. I love her. I think I do have Milotic as a available avatar. I may have to raid and run, but I love finding new shiny hunters. No worries. I'll probably be coming back to shiny hunting from time to time. I did do a big shiny hunting month related thing. Let me see. I can send a link to my YouTube channel. We did a 30 stream session of just shiny hunting, and we caught over 100 and so Pokemon as shinies. With some highlights being some rare marked shinies, and also getting shiny Lunala in after a grueling like Dynamax grind. But I plan to go back to the Dynamax adventures at some point, as well as do some like Masuda method and other sort of shiny hunting methods like SOS on the 3DS. But yeah. Yeah, shiny Lunala is great, and it's the only way to get it is through Dynamax Adventure, so I was very happy to get it. But if you have to head off, Cozy, that's totally fine. I hope that you can drop by some other time. But also good luck with any of your own shiny hunts as well. Never done Dynamax, to be honest. I'm learning permutations in Arceus. Ah, nice. I haven't really tried doing permutations in Arceus. The shiny hunting methods I've used, I think, is like Masuda method, Dynamax, and I have done RNG manipulation. My second shiny was a fanfi gifted to me by my friend. I keep it now because he's moved on, but the Donphan's a treasure. Yeah. I've done something similar where I gave a shiny Snivy I catched in Gen 5 to a friend, but I haven't seen that friend in years. I do hope they may still have that shiny, or at least it's somewhere safe, but who knows, unfortunately. Passing out, good night, Fear, and all. Alright, good night, Fox. We're right near the end, so you did make it most of the way through, so thanks for sticking around for as long as you did. Go get that sleep. But you saying Arceus, I was just reminded, I was thinking, oh boy, I remember I still have to do that hunt. It's gonna be a long hunt, shiny Arceus. He's moved on to the afterlife, which is why Donphan means so much more to me. Gotcha. That's understandable as well. I'm glad you're taking care of that Donphan for him. I'm sure he definitely appreciates it. But since we're getting close to the end of the sandwich, I'll show off all the shinies that I did manage to get during today, because I think we did a decent amount of good job. I actually realized we caught a lot of blue shinies today. We also did the Quaquaval event raid, so that will be interesting to get some eggs from that to do Masuda methoding. Now the 3 starters. So yeah, here's our shinies that we managed to catch today. So we got this Wug Trio, which I didn't want because I already have plenty of Wug Trios. I actually need Wiglet. We got ourselves a Capsakid. And then straight after we got Scorevillain. And this one has a Duskmark, which I do not have. So that line's finished today. We got this Tepig on the same sandwich as the Scorevillain. I do need to evolve it. I probably will evolve it later though. So I'll leave it in here in Violet for a little while. We caught a random shiny Squirtle that was like not part of any sandwich. This was full odds while we were doing the Tepig hunt. Finally caught ourselves Clorf after hunting for so long for this guy. And then finally a, was it midday Lycanroc. So yeah, that's like, what, 4 blue shinies? But yeah, definitely a solid batch for today. And I'm happy to get like another line completed in the Paldea Index. I want Clorf too. I know, I've been hunting for it ages. It was only because there was an outbreak today that I finally got it. And it is such a wonderful shiny. It's so bright blue. It's a good shiny. Milotic and Donphan are my 2 mains I battle with now. Both 100. Still gotta work on the movesets. Nice. But anyways, I think this is where I'm going to call stream myself. Because I need to take a break. I've been shiny hunting for 5 hours. I don't usually stream Wednesday. I usually stream on Monday and Saturday, but I had a day off today, so it was good to get a good, big, shiny session out of the way. But I think this is where we will call it. So, next stream, which will be Australian time in the morning on Saturday, I think we'll be continuing our playthrough of Dragon Quest III Remake. And then on Monday, we'll be continuing on with Mario and Luigi Brothership. And I'm hoping that next week we'll also go back to doing our Omega Ruby Mono Grass run that we've taken a break from because of the starter event raids. But it's still good to do some shiny hunting. I'll definitely have to start, like, shiny hunting from time to time. It's good to meet you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you guys raided. Even if it was right near the end, I'm still happy that you guys raided and enjoyed your short little while with me. But I will leave you guys there. I don't know if there's anyone else I can see that I know off the top of my head that is kind of raiding at the moment. Or like streaming. Let's see. Don't think someone's doing 18 plus. I don't think we can go there. Oh well. I don't know how it's 18 plus. Oh, it's because Ratchet and Clank. There are some jokes in there that probably wouldn't fly. But anyways, I shall leave you guys there, and I will see you over this coming weekend. So, till next time, take care everybody.